Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy.
Chapter 1: The Night He Knocked. By the time the rain reached the cottage, the rest of the world had already withdrawn into darkness. It had not begun as a storm. At dusk, the sky had only seemed heavier than usual, the clouds low and pearl gray above the line of pine trees, the kind of evening that softened the hills and made the lake below the road look almost white. Mara had noticed the change while carrying wood from the shed to the kitchen porch. She had stood for a moment with an armful of split logs and watched the wind disturb the reeds along the shore. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that promised trouble. Only a hush in the air, as if the day were closing itself carefully. Now, hours later, rain moved across the roof in long silver sheets. The sound was steady and deep, not violent enough to frighten, but thorough enough to separate the little cottage from everything beyond it. It struck the shutters, softened against the moss-dark stones of the garden wall, and dripped in a patient rhythm from the eaves onto the path below. Somewhere in the trees, water gathered and fell in slower, heavier drops. The night held all those sounds together and turned them into a kind of breathing. Inside, lamplight rested warmly on old pine floors and pale walls. Mara sat curled in the armchair by the front window with a blanket over her knees, a book open in her lap, though she had not turned a page in several minutes. A teacup cooled beside her on the little round table. The fire in the stove had settled to a steady glow, enough to warm the room without making it sleepy hot. On the shelf above the mantel, a row of blue and white ceramic bowls caught the lamplight softly. A dried bundle of lavender hung near the kitchen doorway, shifting almost imperceptibly each time the wind touched the cottage. It was the kind of night she usually loved. She had chosen this place because of nights like this. 2 years earlier, when she had first come to the village at the northern edge of the lake, she had told everyone, including herself, that the move was temporary. A season, perhaps 2. Long enough to sort out practical things. Long enough to breathe after the city and all it had asked of her. Long enough to stop waking with her jaw aching from dreams she could never fully remember. Then spring had passed into summer, and summer into a copper-colored autumn with mist over the water each morning, and somehow the temporary cottage at the end of the lane had become hers. Not in ownership. The house still belonged to an old woman named Aliska who now lived with her son in the city and seemed faintly delighted that someone watered the climbing roses and swept the path and talked to the postman. But in the quieter sense. The shelf beside the bed held Mara's books now. The kitchen hooks held her aprons. Her boots lined up by the back door. Her handwriting filled the notebook kept in the pantry drawer for shopping lists and recipes and weather notes and the names of birds she was trying to learn. She had built herself into the cottage by degrees. The village, too, had accepted her in the way small places sometimes do, not all at once, and never noisily, but through the slow accumulation of repeated mornings. The baker knowing her order before she spoke. The grocer setting aside the good pears. The church bell no longer sounding foreign. Children on bicycles calling hello as they sped past the gate. The old men who played chess on the square nodding as if she had always crossed there on Thursdays. Mara had not expected that kind of peace to suit her. She had once mistaken peace for emptiness. In the city there had always been sound. Neighboring windows lit at midnight. Taxis sliding beneath her apartment. Late trains sighing under the streets. The clatter of cups in cafes that stayed open too long. Even loneliness had noise around it. Here, loneliness had shape. Space. Edges one could walk around and recognize in daylight. That had frightened her at first. Now it did not. Or not in the same ways. The book in her lap was a novel she had read before, one of those stories whose plot no longer mattered because the sentences themselves had become familiar enough to be a kind of company. She liked rereading on rainy nights. The known words softened the mind. Nothing surprised. Nothing demanded. It let the body settle into evening while the rain did what rain always does, made the world smaller, more immediate, and somehow more intimate. She lifted her cup and found the tea gone lukewarm. She drank it anyway. Outside, the rain deepened. A gust moved through the trees hard enough to shake the shutters slightly. The latch gave a faint tap against the wood. Mara looked up toward the dark window. The lane beyond the gate would be nearly impassable now. It was only gravel and old ruts to begin with, a narrow road bending around the lake before climbing toward the main highway. In good weather it felt remote in a pleasant way. In weather like this, it felt as if the cottage had slipped outside ordinary maps. She should bolt the door, she thought. The thought had no urgency attached to it. She always bolted the door before bed. Still, tonight, with the rain thickening and the trees moving more restlessly than before, she felt a faint and practical inclination to do it now. But she did not get up. Instead she looked around the room, taking quiet inventory of all the small things that had become her own arrangement of safety. The folded wool blanket over the sofa arm. The blue enamel kettle drying by the sink. The candle stub on the mantel, though she still had power. The bowl of apples on the table. Her boots by the door. The old clock above the shelf, its ticking softened by rain. Everything ordinary. Everything in place. At 9:30, she closed the book. Not because she was tired. Only because the words had begun to blur into the weather. She set it aside, tucked the blanket more closely around her legs, and listened. The village felt far away. The square, the bakery, the church steps, the narrow bridge over the stream at the lower road. All of it existed somewhere beyond the curtain of weather, but the rain made distance difficult to measure. It transformed the familiar into something dreamlike. She could have been the only house for miles. Mara did not mind that thought as much as she once would have. There are people who seek company because it comforts them, and people who seek it because silence reveals too much. In her city years, she had not always known which kind she was. Here she had learned the difference. Aloneness, she discovered, can become gentle when it is not crowded by pretense. She rose at last, carrying her cup to the sink, and put the kettle on for fresh tea. The kitchen was small and narrow, with a window over the counter that looked onto the back garden where herbs grew in old stone-bordered beds. By day the lake flashed through the trees behind it. At night there was only black glass and the faint reflection of the room behind her. She lit the under-cabinet lamp, though she did not need more light than the kitchen's ceiling fixture already gave. It was another habit formed here, warm pools of light instead of one brightness flattening everything. The little lamp made the blue tiles along the counter look deeper. It made the kettle shine softly. It made the room feel held. As the water heated, she opened the cupboard and considered her jars of tea. Chamomile would be sensible. Linden, perhaps. Or rose hips and mint. She chose chamomile with a little lemon balm. The kettle had just begun its low singing when the first knock came. Mara froze. For a second she thought she had imagined it. Not because it was faint. Because it was impossible. No one came to the cottage at this hour without warning. Not the postman, not neighbors, not the children who sometimes asked for help patching bicycle tires, not even old Mrs. Bella from the next lane over, who occasionally forgot time while gossiping and then remembered her hens after sunset. The village kept ordinary hours. By 9:30, doors were closed, dishes washed, lights dimmed. The knock had been real, though. 3 firm taps on the front door. She stood motionless in the kitchen, hands still on the chamomile jar, listening so hard that the kettle's soft beginning whistle seemed suddenly intrusive. Nothing. Only rain. Mara shut off the stove. The silence afterward opened wide. Then the knock came again. 3 taps. A pause. 2 more. Not a villager's casual knock. Not the hesitant tapping of someone uncertain whether they had the right house. This was more measured than that. Controlled. The knock of someone trying not to sound urgent and failing only slightly. Her heart had begun to beat harder. She told herself, at once and very clearly, to be sensible. It could be someone stranded by the road. A driver whose car had broken down. One of the seasonal hikers caught in the weather after underestimating the path around the lake. A perfectly ordinary explanation made extraordinary only by the hour and the rain. Still, she did not move right away. Instead, she crossed quietly from the kitchen into the sitting room and stood a little back from the window, looking through the narrow gap between curtain and frame. At first she saw only the reflection of the room and rain sliding down the glass. Then a figure moved beneath the porch light. A man. He stood just beyond the overhang where the rain struck his shoulders and darkened his coat. One hand rested flat against the doorframe as if to steady himself against the wind. He was tall, though the angle and the weather made height difficult to judge. Dark hair. No hat. A travel bag slung over one shoulder, leather soaked nearly black by rain. He did not look toward the window. He only stood there, waiting with a stillness that struck her as odd before she knew why. Most people, in weather like this, fidget. They stamp warmth into their feet, peer through the glass, wipe rain from their faces, shift their weight impatiently. This man simply waited, one hand on the frame, as if conserving energy mattered more than appearances. Mara took one breath, then another. He could be dangerous. The thought arrived plainly and without melodrama. She was a woman alone at night in a cottage outside the village. It would be foolish not to think it. Yet alongside caution came something else, equally immediate and somehow harder to explain. He looked exhausted. Not theatrically. Not in the way men sometimes arrange their weariness when they expect sympathy. He looked honestly worn through. Rain pressed his coat to his shoulders and the porch light caught the hollows beside his mouth and the darkened half-moons beneath his eyes. There was something composed about him still, a containedness that suggested he was used to keeping himself under control even when near the edge of it. The weather had stripped him down to essentials. Mara remained by the curtain gap long enough to see him shift once, very slightly, and tip his face up toward the porch light as if listening to the rain on the roof. The movement revealed a fine line of pale skin near his temple, perhaps a healed scar. Then, as if sensing rather than seeing that he was being watched, he turned toward the window. Their eyes met through rain-streaked glass. Only for a moment. But in that moment Mara felt the strangest and most unreasonable sensation, as if she had been expected. Not by him, exactly. By the night. The thought was absurd. She stepped back from the curtain at once, angry with herself for indulging anything so melodramatic, and drew a steadying breath. He was only a stranger at the door. No more. Nothing had happened except a knock in bad weather. She crossed to the small table by the mantel and took up the heavy brass flashlight she kept there. Not because she meant to shine it at him, though perhaps she should have, but because holding something solid, weighted, useful steadied her. Then she went to the front door. The cottage had 2 locks. She turned only the upper one at first and left the chain in place. The door opened a few inches. Cold wet air entered at once, carrying the scent of rain, pine, and distant water. The man stood on the porch with one hand lowered now from the frame. Up close he looked younger than she had thought through the glass. Mid-30s perhaps. His features were sharpened by travel and weather, dark brows, straight nose, a mouth that seemed naturally inclined toward reserve rather than charm. The scar at his temple was clearer now. His coat, once charcoal perhaps, had gone nearly black with rain. He held himself carefully, as if any careless movement might reveal a greater fatigue than he wished. "I'm sorry," he said. His voice was low, even, and roughened slightly by cold. "I know this is late." Mara kept one hand on the edge of the door. "Yes." He seemed to accept that as fair. "I was told there was a guest house on this lane." "There isn't." A small pause. Rain dripped from his hair onto the porch boards. "Then I was misdirected," he said. It should have been mildly comic. Under other circumstances it might have been. The weather took all ease out of it. "The village inn is in the square," Mara said. "I know." The answer came with a slight change in his expression, not irritation, exactly. something like acknowledgement of the problem. "It's closed," he added. "And the owner's son says the rooms are full because of the road washout." That was possible. The lower road flooded every autumn when rain came too hard off the hills. If cars could not get through tonight, the inn might indeed have taken in whoever had been stranded. Mara looked past him into the dark lane. No car visible. No lantern. No second figure. Only rain and the suggestion of trees. "Are you on foot?" "Yes." "From where?" "The bus stop at the highway." That made her frown despite herself. The highway stop was nearly 5 kilometers away along wet road and forest turn, farther in weather like this. "You walked?" "Yes." The answer carried no complaint. Only fact. Mara's grip on the flashlight tightened slightly. "Why?" Something flickered in his face then, gone almost before she recognized it. Not amusement. Not impatience. More like the brief surprise of a person discovering that the truth sounds unreasonable when said aloud. "Because the bus didn't go farther," he said. "And I didn't have another option." Rain ran in a thin line from his coat sleeve onto his hand. He looked cold now that she was near enough to see the small signs of it, the slight stiffness in his fingers, the tension in his jaw. But he remained calm. Not pleading. Not demanding. If anything, he seemed careful not to appear dangerous, which did not necessarily mean he wasn't. Mara knew that too. "What do you want?" she asked. A good question, she thought. The necessary one. He met her gaze directly. "Directions," he said. Then, after the smallest pause. "Or, if you know of a place nearby with a spare room, that." It was a good answer. Too good, some suspicious part of her thought at once, because it asked for less than he likely needed and therefore made refusal harder. Mara looked at him in silence. He did not fill it. That, more than anything so far, unsettled her. Men who knock on women's doors at night usually rush to explain themselves. They overtalk. They offer stories. They persuade before being asked. This man only stood in the rain and waited for whatever judgment she would make. "You're not from here," she said. "No." "Where are you from?" A beat too long passed. "South," he said at last. She almost smiled despite the tension. "That's not very precise." "No." There was no charm in the answer. No attempt to recover with wit. Only plain agreement that he had failed to satisfy the question. Mara studied him more carefully now. His bag was old, well-made, and scuffed by real use. His coat, though soaked, had once been expensive or at least chosen for endurance, not appearance. No ring on the hand visible near the doorframe. No obvious smell of drink. No sway of intoxication. His face held that tired reserve again, but beneath it she saw something else now too. Wariness. Not of weather. Of being asked where he belonged. It made him seem less dangerous and more so at the same time. "I can't let a stranger in just because he's wet," she said. "No," he replied. "You shouldn't." Again the answer disarmed her. "What's your name?" she asked. He hesitated. "Not long." "Long enough." "Then, Elias." The names sat strangely in the rain between them. Not because it was suspicious. Only because she had the odd sense that he had selected it with care before speaking. Perhaps everyone does that with strangers. Even truthful people choose which version of themselves to hand over first. "Mara," she said before deciding whether she meant to. His eyes lifted slightly. A name is a small intimacy. They both knew it. "Thank you for opening the door, Mara," he said. The way he said her name was careful. Not familiar. Not possessive. As if acknowledging the gift of it and refusing to take more. Something in her steadied. It was a dangerous thing, that steadiness. Because it made her want to trust her own reading of him. She glanced once down the lane again. The rain would worsen before midnight. He would know that. Any villager would have sent him on already if they had a real alternative. The old shepherd's hut above the eastern ridge stood empty now but would be colder than the road itself in weather like this. The summer cabins by the lower shore were locked and unheated. There truly was nowhere nearby she could direct him with any kind of decency. Still she did not open the chain. "Why are you here?" she asked. This time his pause was longer. Rain tapped against the overhang. Dripped from the edge of the roof. The porch light hummed faintly. "At the lake," he clarified. "Yes." The muscle in his jaw moved once. "I'm looking for someone." Not what she expected. "Who?" His gaze shifted, just for a second, beyond her shoulder into the warm room. Not intrusive. Only distant, as if the answer lived somewhere he had not yet chosen to go. "I'm not sure," he said. Mara stared. "You walked 5 kilometers in the rain to a village by the lake to look for someone you're not sure about?" "Yes." "That sounds unlikely." "It is unlikely." The honesty of that landed oddly. She should shut the door, she thought. She had enough reason now to call the whole thing strange and unwise and finished. A stranger with half-answers. A man who might not even have given his real name. A search with no clear target. Rain or not, she owed him nothing beyond perhaps directions and a roofed porch until the downpour eased. And yet, there are moments when intuition does not arrive as certainty but as refusal. A refusal of the simplest explanation. A refusal of easy categories. Standing there with cold air at her feet and the chain still set, Mara had the strong and unreasonable impression that Elias was not lying exactly. He was withholding, yes. There is a difference. She could feel it in the way his face changed around the truth rather than away from it, in the almost reluctance with which he spoke, as if each answer was being checked against something painful before release. The distinction should not have mattered. But it did. How old are you? She asked suddenly. The question seemed to surprise him. 36. Do you always answer women's questions at the door this obediently? A very slight change came to his mouth. Not a smile. Nearer the memory of one. Only when they're holding flashlights like weapons. Mara looked down at the brass flashlight in her hand and felt, to her annoyance, heat rise faintly in her face. That wasn't a joke, she said. No, he agreed. It was observation. There it was again, that dry almostness, too worn to become charm but close enough to warm the edges of his restraint. Rain slid from his sleeve. A drop fell from his hair to the porch. He looked colder now. Mara made the decision before she fully knew she had. There's a covered woodshed around the side, she said. It's dry. His gaze sharpened. A small, alert stillness. You could wait there until morning, she added quickly. There are blankets in the chest inside if you need one. The silence after that surprised her. Not because he was offended. Because he looked, very briefly, as if she had offered him something larger than shelter. That's more than enough, he said. His voice had lowered. Softer now. She should have left it there. Instead she asked, Are you hurt? Again that flicker in his expression. No. You're sure? Yes. Something about the answer felt incomplete, but before she could decide whether to press, a gust of wind blew rain under the porch roof hard enough to strike both the door and her bare wrist with cold droplets. Elias looked at the line of water on the threshold, then at her. You should close the door, he said. The sentence, simple as it was, decided her. Because a dangerous man might have pushed the moment. Argued. Asked for more. Stepped closer into uncertainty and used decency against her. He did the opposite. He reminded her of her own safety before his own need. Mara closed the door. And immediately hated herself for it. Not because it was wrong. Because now she had to choose again from the other side. She stood with one hand on the wood, breathing hard enough to hear it over the rain. What are you doing? What are you doing? She knew exactly what she was doing. Standing inside her own house in warm lamplight while a soaked stranger waited under the porch for a woodshed that would still be bitter cold by dawn. There is caution, and then there is cruelty disguised as caution. The line moves depending on the weather. Mara looked back toward the room. The blanket, the lamp, the stove, the half-read book, the teacup. All her careful ordinary safeties. Then she thought of the lane in rain. The soaked coat. The unanswered questions. She turned the lock. Removed the chain. Opened the door again. Elias looked up sharply. For the first time she saw a real surprise in him. You can come in until the rain eases, she said. The words came quicker than she intended, as if saying them faster might reduce the weight of them. Just for a while. To dry off. You can leave your shoes by the door and keep to the sitting room. If I dislike anything about you after 10 minutes, I'll send you to the shed anyway. Is that clear? The surprise in his face changed into something harder to bear. Gratitude, perhaps. And a careful attempt not to show how much. Yes, he said. He stepped only when she moved back enough to allow it. Water came with him onto the threshold, darkening the mat and the floorboards just inside. He removed his shoes at once without being asked again and set the soaked bag beside them. In his socks he seemed oddly less formidable, though no less self-contained. The coat, now clearly of good heavy wool, clung to his shoulders and arms. Mara pointed toward the peg near the stove. There. He nodded, removed the coat, and hung it carefully. The shirt beneath was damp at the collar and sleeves. Not enough to be indecent. Enough to confirm that the walk from the highway had been miserable. He stood in the center of the room then, hands at his sides, as if waiting to be assigned a version of himself that fit the space. Up close and warm-lit, his face looked more tired than before. His eyes were darker than she had thought in the porch light, gray, perhaps, or blue clouded by low light. There was a stillness in him that no longer read only as reserve. It read as discipline. The kind that comes from long habits of not taking more room than one is given. Mara kept the flashlight in hand a second longer before setting it on the mantel. "You're wetting my floor," she said. "Yes. I suppose I'll survive." "I hope so." The answer nearly made her smile again. She refused him that satisfaction and gestured toward the armchair by the stove. "Sit." He looked at the chair, then at her. "Mara." That wasn't an invitation to discuss. He sat. Not gingerly. Not as though he expected the chair to belong to someone else. Simply with the efficient care of a tired man obeying a practical order. Once seated, he seemed to become aware of his own exhaustion all at once. His shoulders lowered a fraction. One hand covered his knee briefly, as if grounding himself. Mara noticed then that his knuckles were scraped. Freshly. She went still. "What happened to your hand?" He followed her gaze and flexed the fingers once, as if only just remembering the abrasions there. "Nothing important." "That is obviously untrue." He looked up at her. A lesser man might have smiled then, turned it into flirtation, softened the refusal with charm. Elias only said, "I slipped on the road." "On both hands?" "A beat. Once or twice." Mara folded her arms. "Your story improves by the minute." Something like weariness moved through his face again, but not irritation. More like acceptance that he deserved the mistrust. "I know." Rain hissed at the windows. The stove clicked softly as it warmed and settled. Mara went to the kitchen and returned with a towel. She handed it to him across the little space between chair and table. He took it with care, as if objects in other people's homes required respect. "Thank you. You can dry your hair before you drip on the cushion too." He obeyed. Watching him do so was unexpectedly intimate. Not because the action itself meant much. Because most strangers, when given a towel by a woman alone at night, would either become self-conscious or falsely casual. Elias only dried his hair and the back of his neck with that same contained practicality, as if rainwater were a problem to solve and not a stage direction in someone else's scene. His hair, freed from the wet flattening, turned out darker and a little wavier than she had first thought. Mara disliked noticing that. "Tea?" she asked. He lowered the towel. "Only if it's no trouble." "It already is trouble." "Tea won't alter that." That almost smile again. More visible now. Brief enough to vanish if she looked for it directly. "Yes, then," he said. She returned to the kitchen and prepared a second cup. Her hands moved through the familiar motions automatically. Tin opened, leaves measured, hot water poured, spoon set down, but her mind had become sharply alert to the fact that another person occupied her house. A man she knew nothing about. Or rather, knew too little about in exactly the wrong ways. She could still send him away. Nothing prevented that. Tea did not oblige trust. A chair by the stove did not create safety. Still, when she carried the cup back into the room and handed it to him, she was aware that some line had already been crossed. Not a disastrous one. Only the subtle line between stranger at the door and person inside the weather with you. He accepted the cup in both hands. The heat seemed to reach him before the tea itself did. "Chamomile," he said after the first sip. "Yes." "And lemon balm." "Yes." His eyes lifted to hers over the rim of the cup. "That's a very specific kindness for someone who offered me the shed first." Mara leaned against the mantel. "Maybe I'm unpredictable." "Maybe." Rain moved along the windows in shining threads. The porch light outside cast a pale blurred shape through the front curtain. The old clock above the shelf ticked on with domestic indifference. "Why the lake?" she asked again. He lowered the cup. This time he did not refuse immediately. Instead he looked into the tea as though considering whether truth might be warmed enough to hold. "I used to come here," he said at last. Her pulse gave a small unexpected shift. "To the village?" "Yes." "When?" "A long time ago." "That's also not precise." "No." "Were you a child?" "Yes." That interested her despite herself. "Family here?" "No." The answer was too quick, and yet not false. She felt that distinction again. Then why come? The rain filled the pause that followed. Finally he said, "My father knew someone in the village." Knew someone could mean anything. Mara watched him over the lamplight and cup steam. "And now you're looking for that person?" "Yes." "Do you know their name?" Another pause. "No." This time she did laugh a little, unable to help it. He looked at her. "I'm sorry," she said, still half smiling. "I know this must all be very serious to you, but from the outside it sounds absurd." You walked through a storm to search a village for someone whose name you don't know, because your father once knew someone here when you were a child. Yes, he said. The lack of defensiveness in the reply struck her again. Why? He sat with the cup between his hands and looked, not at her, but at the stove. Because he wrote down this place shortly before he died. The room changed around the words. Not dramatically. No silence fell like in a play. The rain did not stop. The clock did not pause. And yet something in Mara went still. She had not expected death. Or perhaps she had, without wanting to name it. Death enters strange arrivals more often than romance does. It explains roads taken too late, names forgotten until the wrong moment, journeys made in weather that should have sent sensible people elsewhere. I'm sorry, she said quietly. His gaze remained on the stove a moment longer. So am I, he replied. The answer carried no self-pity. Only fact again. Grief settled into plain speech. Mara looked down at her own hands. There are ways grief identifies itself to the grieving, even through strangers. Not by story. By texture. By the economy of language around it. Elias spoke like someone who had gone beyond the useful life of condolences. How long ago? She asked. 3 weeks. Recent, then. No wonder the exhaustion sat so close to the surface. Was the village in his papers? In a notebook. And all it said was the village name? He shook his head. The village. The lake. A date I don't understand. That was more than he had given so far. What date? His eyes lifted, measuring. Then, October 18th. The number struck her oddly, though she did not at first know why. Soon, she said. Yes. What year? He looked back into the tea. No year. That unsettled her more than it should have. Outside, rain tapped at the window by her shoulder in a finer rhythm now, though the storm itself had not softened. The lane would be nearly all mud by morning. The cottage truly might be his only shelter tonight. Mara sat down on the sofa opposite him. The room, arranged for one, looked different with 2 people in it. Not crowded. Only altered. A shared line of sight where before there had been only her own. A second cup on the table. Another breath woven under the rain. What was your father's name? She asked. Anton. Again, she had the sense he was selecting truths carefully. Yet this one seemed to cost him less to give. It came more cleanly. And he came here with you when you were a child. Yes. How many times? I don't know. Several summers. Did you stay in the village? He nodded once. With the person he knew? Yes. Man or woman? A flicker. Woman. Mara leaned back slightly. This was becoming more interesting in exactly the wrong way. Your father brought you to the lake every summer to stay with a woman in the village, and 3 weeks before dying he wrote the place down in a notebook with an unexplained date, and now you've come back to find her. Elias said nothing. That sounds less like a friend and more like a secret. His gaze met hers then, direct and unflinching. Yes, he said. The honesty of that moved through her like cold water. The room seemed smaller. The rain closer. The night more intimate. Mara realized that at some point she had stopped thinking of him first as a possible threat and begun thinking of him as a possible sorrow. That was not safer. If anything, it was more dangerous. It asked different things of the heart. And you don't know her name, she said. No. Did he never tell you? No. Did you ask? Yes. He refused. A pause. He said it wasn't mine to carry. There was bitterness there at last. Barely any. Enough. Mara looked at him more closely. Your father wasn't an easy man. Elias almost smiled at that. Not with pleasure. With recognition of a well-landed understatement. No, he said. He wasn't. The rain deepened suddenly against the roof in a passing sweep, then softened again. The stove gave off a low, even warmth. Somewhere in the kitchen the kettle clicked as it cooled. Mara should send him to the shed now, she thought. Or make up the sofa. Or at least decide something practical before her own imagination began furnishing the night with stories that had no right to exist. Instead she asked, what did he tell you about her? Very little. What little? He turned the cup once between his palms. That she lived near the lake. That she played the piano badly but bravely. That she had a laugh he could hear from another room. He paused. That she wore blue in summer even when it didn't suit her. The word surprised a smile from Mara before she could prevent it. That's almost tender, she said. He looked up. Yes. Did he love her? The question might have been too much. Might have driven him back into reserve. Instead he answered so quietly she had to lean in to hear. I think he never stopped. The room shifted again. Mara felt the answer land somewhere old in her, somewhere she had not expected to be touched tonight by a stranger at the door. Not because of romance exactly. Because of unfinishedness. Because of the peculiar ache attached to things never resolved into one shape or another. She had known enough of that in her own life. Perhaps everyone has. She looked toward the window. The porch light turned the rain to silver lines in the glass. Beyond them, the lane and the trees and the lake were all swallowed into one dark breathing world. How old were you? She asked. The first summer. He thought a moment. 8, maybe. And you remember her? This time his gaze moved somewhere farther than the room. Not clearly. What do you remember? He took longer to answer than before, and when he did, his voice had altered. Softer, as if memory had changed not the content only but the air around it. A yellow house. He looked at the cup. A piano with one key that stuck. The smell of cigarettes in the garden after dark. Her hands. Very fine fingers. Another pause. And the lake from an upstairs window. Mara felt the hairs rise on her arms. An upstairs window? He looked at her, not understanding yet what she heard in that phrase. There's a house on the eastern shore, she said slowly. Yellow. Or it used to be. The Novak place. A stillness entered him at once. Not dramatic. But total. You know it? Yes. How far? Half an hour on foot in this weather. Less by car. She hesitated. No one lives there now. Something unreadable crossed his face. No one? The old owner died years ago. The house stayed empty. A cousin was supposed to sell it and never did. How do you know this? Because villages contain more information than privacy. For the first time the near smile became real enough to change him. It did not make him younger exactly. Only more human. Less arranged by exhaustion. Mara disliked noticing that too. He looked away first, toward the rain at the front window, and the smile disappeared again. Then maybe that's where he brought me. Maybe. The maybe sat there, quiet and consequential. Something in the room had changed since he entered. Mara could feel it clearly now. Not danger, though that had not vanished entirely. More like the subtle rearrangement that happens when a stranger's story finds one true point of connection to your own world. The yellow house on the eastern shore. Empty for years. Windows dark through all seasons. Children dared one another to run up and touch the gate in summer. An old place full of speculation and none of it reliable. She had passed it twice in 2 years. Once by bicycle. Once on a long autumn walk. Each time it had looked less haunted than simply abandoned, which is a sadder thing. And now this man with rain still drying on his shirt sat in her armchair holding chamomile tea and speaking of it as if memory had led him back through weather and grief to its darkened threshold. Mara set her own cup down. You can't go there tonight. He looked up. No. No? She lifted a brow. That's unusually obedient of you. It's dark. And I'm wet and tired enough to make poor decisions. He glanced toward the window. And I assume you'd object. I would. Yes. There was something soothing, she thought suddenly, in how little performance he brought to agreement. Are you always like this? She asked. His brow shifted slightly. Like what? So calm when people tell you no. He looked almost puzzled by the question. Not always. Only when dripping on women's floors? That brought back the faint warmth at the edge of his mouth. Possibly. The rain went on. The stove glowed. The room held them. At some point, without speaking of it directly, Mara realized she was no longer going to send him to the shed. The knowledge came not as decision but as recognition of a decision already made. She looked at the sofa opposite him. long enough, wide enough. The linen cupboard held spare blankets. The chest by the wall held an extra pillow. She could lock her bedroom door if needed. She would, perhaps, if only to satisfy some final practical instinct. "You can sleep on the sofa," she said. The silence after that was not confusion. It was surprise so complete it became stillness. Mara, hearing herself, felt absurdly as though another woman had spoken using her voice. "This is wildly unwise," she added at once. "You should know that I know that." "Yes," he said. "And if you turn out to be a murderer, I'll be very annoyed." The warmth at the edge of his mouth returned again, unmistakable this time. "I'm not a murderer." "That's exactly what one would say." "I know." She rose before the conversation could become easier than it ought to. "There are blankets in the chest." "I'll get them. You can use the wash basin in the kitchen if you want to clean up. And in the morning, if the rain stops, I'll show you the road to the yellow house." Elias stood as she moved toward the linen cupboard. "Mara." The way he said her name made her turn. He had not come closer. Had not reached for her. Had not changed the quiet, deliberate distance he kept. Still, something in his face had altered. The weariness remained. So did the reserve. But gratitude had entered more openly now, and with it a kind of careful disbelief. "You don't know anything about me," he said. "That's not true," she replied. "I know you're wet, grieving, and probably lying by omission." That almost smile again. "Yes," he said. She held the blankets against her chest and looked at him. He was right, of course. She didn't know enough. Not nearly enough. And yet there are times when withholding all kindness until certainty arrives would make certainty a cruel god indeed. She adjusted the blankets in her arms. "Take the sofa before I regain my sense." He did. Later, after he had washed his hands at the kitchen basin and she had given him one of Aliska's old clean shirts to replace the damp one clinging at his collar, after she had laid a folded quilt over the sofa and set a glass of water on the side table, after the rain had softened from assault to persistence and the stove had burned lower, Mara stood in the doorway to the hall and looked back once before going to bed. Elias lay on the sofa fully covered now, one arm over his eyes as if the lamplight bothered him even in fatigue. The clean shirt, too big at the shoulders and slightly short in the sleeves, made him look unexpectedly younger. More vulnerable, perhaps. Or perhaps she only saw now what exhaustion had been disguising beneath composure. His travel bag rested on the floor beside the sofa. Closed. Silent. An object full of unknowns. The lamp near the bookshelf still burned low, casting a pool of honey-colored light over the room. Beyond it the house fell gently into shadow. Rain moved softly at the windows. Somewhere in the walls old wood settled with the tiny sighing sounds all old houses make when night deepens. Mara should have been frightened, perhaps. She was, a little. But not in the expected way. The deeper unease came from something more difficult to name. The feeling that the night had shifted the axis of her life by a degree so slight she might have ignored it if not for the fact that she could already feel the whole future tilting with it. The knock. The yellow house. The dead father's notebook. The man sleeping on her sofa. None of it fit neatly into ordinary caution or ordinary luck. She realized Elias had lowered his arm from his face and was looking at her. Not asleep, then. Only resting. In the dimness his eyes looked darker still. "You should sleep," he said softly. She almost laughed at the gentleness of the instruction from a stranger in her own sitting room. "That's my line," she replied. It seemed useful. Mara leaned lightly on the doorframe. "Elias?" "Yes." "Is that your real name?" The question lay between them in lamplight and rain. He did not answer at once. And in that pause, somehow, she knew enough already. No, she thought. Or yes, but not the whole truth. Or true in some partial necessary way that would matter later. At last he said, "It's the name I can give you tonight." The answer should have sent her straight to the bedroom lock with renewed determination. Instead it made her heart give one strange quiet beat. Because it was not denial. Not exactly. It was another of his careful truths, offered at the edge of trust and withheld identity both. Mara nodded once. "That's not reassuring." "No," he said. "It isn't." She looked at him a moment longer. Then she said, "Good night, Elias." "Good night, Mara." She went to her bedroom and locked the door. Then she stood in the dark for a while with one hand still on the latch, listening to the rain and to the faint existence of another breathing person beyond the wall. At last she undressed, folded her clothes over the chair, and slipped into bed. The sheets were cool. The room smelled faintly of lavender from the sachet in the drawer. The rain moved across the roof and along the glass in gentler patterns now. She lay on her side facing the window. Sleep should have come quickly after such an evening, but it did not. Her thoughts circled instead. A yellow house by the eastern shore. A date with no year. A father who had loved a woman enough to write down a place near death and leave the rest as burden. A son who had come back without a name to follow. A stranger whose real name was perhaps not Elias and whose calmness should have made her more suspicious than it did. Most of all, she thought of his last answer. "It's the name I can give you tonight." What kind of man says that? One with something to hide, obviously. One accustomed to living in sections. One who has learned that truth sometimes arrives in portions because the whole would alter everything at once. Mara should have turned away from such a man. And yet, as rain moved over the roof and the cottage held them both in its small warm shelter, she could not shake the quiet certainty that the night he knocked had not brought danger to her door in the shape she would have expected. It had brought mystery. And sorrow. And the first thin thread of something else, something not yet kind enough to be named. She closed her eyes. In the next room, beyond the locked door and the old thin wall, the stranger she had let stay shifted once on the sofa, then fell still. The rain went on. And beneath it, barely audible, the lake kept its own dark counsel in the night. Chapter 2: A Stranger She Trusted. Mara did not remember falling asleep. One moment she was listening to the rain moving along the roof in slow, steady patterns, counting the seconds between the heavier drops from the eaves, following the quiet rise and fall of her own breathing. The next, morning had begun. Not fully. Only the first pale suggestion of it. The kind that arrives before the sun has committed to the sky, when the world is still held in soft gray and the shapes of things feel slightly unfinished. The room around her had not yet separated into clear lines. The window was a dim rectangle. The chair by the wall a darker shadow within shadow. For a moment she lay perfectly still. There is always that small suspended instant upon waking, before memory returns and reattaches meaning to the day. In that instant, life is only sensation. Cool sheets, the weight of a blanket, the quiet pulse in the body, the faint sounds that filter through the edges of awareness. Mara felt something unfamiliar in that space. Another presence. Not in the room with her. Beyond it. The memory of the night came back at once. The knock. The rain. The man at the door. Elias, if that was his name, sleeping now, or not sleeping, on her sofa. She opened her eyes fully. The gray light had strengthened just enough to outline the window frame and the soft folds of the curtain. The rain had eased. Not stopped entirely, but softened into a finer, more patient rhythm. The kind that lingers after a storm, as if the sky has not quite finished speaking. Mara turned onto her back and listened. The house was quiet. Not unnaturally so. It was always quiet at this hour. But now there was a second layer beneath the familiar silence. The quiet of another person being still in the same space. Even if he made no sound, she could feel it, a subtle shift in the way the house held itself. Her first instinct was caution. Her second was curiosity. Her third, which unsettled her most, was calm. She sat up slowly. The blanket slipped from her shoulders. The air in the room was cooler than it had been at night. The small lamp on her bedside table had burned out at some point, leaving only the thin gray morning. Mara stood and crossed to the door. Her hand rested lightly on the latch. She listened again. Nothing. No footsteps. No movement of the sofa. No creak of floorboards. Only rain, faint now, and the distant, almost imperceptible sound of water moving through the ground outside, the lake perhaps, or the swollen stream near the lower road. She unlocked the door. Opened it a fraction. The hallway beyond lay empty. Light from the sitting room filtered in low and diffused, suggesting that at least one lamp remained on or that dawn had strengthened enough to reach that far. The familiar shape of the coat rack stood near the front door. The faint outline of Elias's coat still hung there, darker than the others. He was still here. Mara stepped into the hallway. Her bare feet made almost no sound on the worn boards. She moved slowly, not because she feared him waking, though perhaps she did. But because the moment itself felt delicate. As if something might shift if she moved too quickly. The sitting room opened before her. The sofa lay in its usual place by the wall. Elias was not on it. Mara stopped. For a second, something tightened in her chest. The blanket lay folded, not rumpled. The pillow placed neatly at one end. The glass of water she had left on the table stood untouched beside it. He had not slept there. Or if he had left it as though he had not. The front door remained closed. Locked. She knew she had locked it again before bed. Her gaze moved slowly across the room. The armchair. The bookshelf. The small table with her book still resting open. The stove, now only faintly warm. Then she heard it. A quiet sound from the kitchen. Not movement exactly. More like the careful placing of something on wood. Mara turned. The kitchen doorway framed a softer, warmer light now. The under-cabinet lamp still burned. A thin line of steam rose into it. She stepped forward. Elias stood at the counter with his back to her. He had changed into the dry shirt she had given him. It fit him as it had the night before, slightly loose at the shoulders, sleeves a little short, but now, in morning light, he looked less like a figure arranged by weather and more like an ordinary man standing in an ordinary kitchen. Except for the way he moved. There was a deliberateness in it. Not stiffness. Not tension. Precision. He held the kettle in one hand, pouring hot water into a cup with the kind of attention that belongs to people who have learned to do small things carefully because larger things have gone wrong. Mara leaned lightly against the doorframe. "You didn't wake me." He paused, only slightly, then finished pouring the water before setting the kettle down. "I wasn't sure you'd want that," he said without turning. "You were in my kitchen." "Yes. That alone is worth waking me for." He turned then. In the clearer light, his face looked different again. Less shadowed. Still tired. But the exhaustion had settled into something quieter. The lines around his eyes and mouth were still there, but less sharpened by cold and rain. "I made tea," he said. "I can see that. I didn't use anything I couldn't identify." "That's reassuring." A faint almost smile. He gestured toward the second cup on the counter. "For you." Mara stepped into the kitchen. The air smelled of chamomile and lemon balm again. Warm. Familiar. Comforting in a way that felt suddenly more significant than it should. "You found the right jars," she said. "They were labeled." Still. She took the cup. Their fingers did not touch. He had been careful about that too. Mara leaned against the counter opposite him and lifted the cup to her lips. The tea was still too hot to drink, but she held it anyway, letting the warmth settle into her hands. "You didn't sleep," she said. It was not a question. He did not deny it. "Not much." "Why?" He looked at the surface of his own tea. I didn't want to make noise. That's not an answer. No. Then answer it. A small silence passed. I'm not used to sleeping in unfamiliar places, he said at last. That's also not quite true, is it? His gaze lifted. No. She studied him. Then why? He seemed to consider. Then, because I didn't want to wake up and find I'd imagined it. The words were quiet. Simple. And they unsettled her more than any evasive answer would have. Imagined what? This. He did not gesture. He did not need to. The kitchen. The tea. The dry shirt. Her. Mara felt something shift in her chest. Not attraction. Not yet. Something more fragile. Recognition, perhaps. Of what it feels like to doubt reality after too many uncertain things. She set the cup down. You're real, she said. Yes. And this is real. Yes. And you're in my house. A flicker of humor touched his eyes. Also real. Good. She picked up the cup again. They stood in silence for a few moments, drinking tea while morning gathered more fully outside. The rain had almost stopped now. Only the occasional drop fell from the roof or the trees. Light strengthened at the window over the sink. Mara watched it creep across the tiles. You folded the blanket, she said. Yes. You didn't have to. I didn't want to leave it otherwise. Why? He glanced toward the sitting room. Because it didn't feel like something I should disturb. The answer struck her again in that same quiet way. He spoke about objects as though they carried more than function. As though space itself had rules he had learned somewhere and chosen not to break. Mara turned back to him. You could have woken me, she said. For tea. I know. You didn't. No. Why not? A pause. Then, because you trusted me enough to let me stay. He met her eyes. I didn't want to ask for more before I'd earned that. The room seemed to hold the words. Mara felt warmth rise unexpectedly behind her ribs. Not from the tea. From something more dangerous. She had met careful men before. Men who performed restraint because they believed it made them appear trustworthy. Men who withheld just enough to create interest. Men who understood that kindness could be a form of persuasion. Elias did not feel like that. His restraint did not lean toward her. It leaned away. As if protecting her mattered more than gaining anything from her. That, she thought, is how danger changes shape. Not by disappearing. By becoming something you want to believe. She pushed herself lightly off the counter. Come outside, she said. He looked surprised. Why? Because if you're going to stay for tea, you're going to see the lake properly. He hesitated. Are you sure? No. The answer came quickly enough to make him almost smile again. But I'm doing it anyway. She moved past him into the hallway, pulled on her boots, and reached for her coat. The air outside would still be damp and cool, but the worst of the storm had passed. When she turned back, he had followed. He paused at the threshold, looking down at his still wet shoes by the door. I don't have anything dry. You can wear those. They'll ruin your floor again. I've already survived once. A slight tilt of his head. You're very confident in your survival. I try to be. He put on the shoes. They stepped out onto the porch together. The morning air was fresh and clean in that particular way rain leaves behind. The scent of pine was sharper now. The ground glistened. Small rivulets of water ran along the edges of the path, catching light as the clouds began to thin. The lake lay beyond the trees, pale and wide and still carrying a faint mist above its surface. Mara stood for a moment, breathing in the air. This is why I stayed, she said. He stepped beside her. The boards of the porch creaked faintly under his weight. It's quiet, he said. Yes. Not empty. No. They stood without speaking for a while. The silence between them had changed again. No longer cautious. Not yet comfortable. Something in between. Elias looked toward the eastern shore. Where is the yellow house? Mara followed his gaze. There. She pointed through the trees. From the porch, the house was barely visible. Only a suggestion of shape between branches and morning mist. A faded line of pale color against darker green. You can't see much from here, she added. It looks closer than it is. He nodded. I'll take you later, she said. Thank you. They stood another moment. Then Elias said, Why did you let me in? The question was direct. Mara did not answer immediately. She considered the lake. The trees. The quiet. I don't know, she said at last. That's not true. No, she admitted. It isn't. She wrapped her arms loosely around herself against the cool air. You didn't feel dangerous, she said. He looked at her. That's not the same as not being dangerous. I know. Then why? She turned to face him. Because you didn't try to convince me. The words felt right as soon as she said them. You didn't explain more than you had to. You didn't push. You didn't step closer when I stepped back. She watched his face as she spoke. You waited. A small shift in his expression. Waiting can be a strategy, he said. Yes. And you still trusted it. I didn't trust it, she corrected. I trusted my reaction to it. He considered that. And what was your reaction? She held his gaze. That you weren't trying to take anything. The quiet between them deepened. Elias looked back toward the lake. For now, he said. The words were not a threat. Not quite a warning either. More like a statement of something unfinished. Mara felt it. The morning. The house. The tea. All of it sat on top of something she did not yet understand. She should have felt more afraid. Instead, she felt something else growing. Not certainty. Curiosity. And that, she thought, might be the most dangerous thing of all. She turned back toward the door. "Come on," she said. "Before I change my mind about feeding you breakfast." He followed her inside. And as the door closed behind them, sealing the warmth and the quiet and the strange fragile trust they had begun to build, Mara realized something she would not yet admit aloud. She had not only let him stay. She had begun, already, to believe him. And she did not know why. Chapter 3, Something Felt Different, Part 1. The rest of the morning unfolded more quietly than Mara expected. Not awkwardly. Not easily either. There was simply an added presence in the rhythm of her space, a second breath woven into the familiar movements of the cottage, subtle but impossible to ignore. Elias did not try to fill it. That, more than anything, made the difference noticeable. Most people, when introduced into another person's routine so abruptly, attempt to smooth the edges. They speak more than necessary. They offer help too quickly. They rearrange themselves in visible ways, as if trying to prove they belong before they have been asked to. Elias did none of that. He stood where she placed him, moved when movement was natural, and remained still when stillness felt appropriate. Not stiffly. Not self-consciously. Only with a quiet awareness of the boundaries of someone else's home. Mara found herself watching him more than she intended. She moved about the kitchen, slicing bread, setting a small pan on the stove, reaching for eggs from the basket on the counter. The motions were familiar enough to require little thought, yet her attention drifted back to him again and again. He had taken the chair by the window now, not the one nearest the stove. A deliberate choice. The farther seat. The one that left more space between them. He sat with his hands loosely folded, looking out toward the lake as the morning light strengthened across the water. The mist had begun to lift, revealing the pale surface beneath. A narrow strip of sunlight broke through the thinning clouds and spread in a quiet band across the lake center. He watched it as if he had seen it before. Not in this exact place. In this exact way. Mara noticed. "Do you remember it?" she asked. He turned slightly. "The lake." A small pause. "Not like this," he said. "But something about it feels familiar." "Yes." She set the pan on the stove and lit the flame. "That's how it works," she said. "Places don't come back all at once. Just pieces." He considered that. "And the rest?" "You build it again," she said. "Or you don't." He watched her a moment longer, as if weighing whether the sentence carried more than it appeared to. Then he nodded once and returned his gaze to the window. The eggs cracked cleanly into the pan. The soft sound of cooking filled the kitchen, blending with the last light rain outside and the occasional drip from the roof. The house felt warmer now. More awake. Mara moved with more certainty. This, she thought, is manageable. Breakfast. Light. Ordinary tasks. A stranger at the table did not have to become something complicated if she did not allow it to. She plated the food and set it down. "You eat eggs?" she asked. "Yes." "Good." He accepted the plate without comment. They ate in quiet. Not strained. Not companionable either. Something in between. Mara found herself aware of small details. The way he held the fork, not awkwardly, but with a slight pause before each movement, as if ensuring control. The way he ate slowly, not from politeness, but from habit. The way he glanced toward the door once, briefly, when a branch scraped lightly against the side of the cottage. He was alert. Not visibly tense. But aware. Mara leaned back in her chair. "You're listening for something," she said. He did not look up immediately. "Yes." "What?" "Anything out of place." She studied him. "That's not how most people behave in kitchens." "No." "Why do you?" He lifted his gaze then. A small hesitation. Then, "Because I've learned to." That answer, she realized, could mean many things. None of them simple. She did not press. Instead she said, "Nothing out of place ever happens here." Last night was out of place. She almost smiled. "That was you." "Yes." "A beat." "Then I suppose it happens more often than you think." The faintest flicker of humor passed between them. Then it was gone. Mara cleared the plates. He stood at once. "I can." "No," she said. He stopped. Another careful boundary observed. She rinsed the dishes slowly, aware again of his presence behind her, of the way it shifted the room's quiet center. The window over the sink had cleared now. The garden looked fresh, rinsed clean by rain. Leaves held droplets like glass. The narrow path between the beds had darkened to a deeper brown. The herbs along the stone border bent under the weight of water. It was a beautiful morning. It should have felt simple. Instead, Mara felt something else beneath it. A difference. Not in the house. Not in the weather. In the feeling of the day itself. She dried her hands and turned. Elias had moved again. Now he stood near the bookshelf in the sitting room, looking, not at the titles, but at the shelf itself. His fingers hovered just above the wood, not touching it. As if measuring something invisible. "What are you doing?" she asked. He withdrew his hand immediately. "Nothing." That didn't look like nothing. He glanced at the shelf. "I thought I remembered it." Mara frowned. "You've never been here." "No." "Then what do you mean?" He hesitated. "Then, the wood." The way it's worn. She stepped closer. The shelf was old. That was true. The edges had been smoothed by years of use. The varnish had faded in places where hands had rested too often. "It's just a shelf," she said. "Yes. But it reminded you of something." "Yes." "What?" A longer pause. Then, quietly, "A room I haven't thought about in years." Mara felt a faint chill move through her. "Where?" "I don't know." The answer unsettled her more than if he had said nothing at all. She looked at the shelf again. It was exactly what it had always been. Ordinary. Familiar. Unchanged. And yet, she couldn't explain it. But something in the room did feel different. Not wrong. Not altered in any visible way. Only shifted. As if a second version of it existed just beneath the surface. Mara stepped back. "You're projecting," she said. "Probably. You came here looking for something, so now everything feels like a clue." "Yes. That's how people get lost." He looked at her. "I already am." The words were simple. But they landed heavily. Mara crossed her arms. "You'll see the house," she said. "Then you'll know more. Or less. That's not helpful." "No." She turned away. The conversation had begun to drift into something she did not want to name yet. Instead, she reached for her coat again. "The rain's stopped," she said. "We can go now." He watched her. "You're sure?" "No," she said again. But she was already opening the door. The path to the eastern shore was narrow. Not a road, exactly. More a trail worn into habit by years of use, curving along the edge of the lake and then slipping into the trees where the ground rose slightly before dipping again toward the abandoned properties further along. Mara walked ahead. Not because she needed to lead. Because it felt easier that way. Elias followed a step behind. She could hear his footsteps on the damp earth, steady, measured, careful not to disturb more than necessary. They did not speak at first. The morning held its own quiet. Birds had begun to move again, tentative after the storm. A few calls passed through the trees. Water dripped from leaves in soft irregular patterns. The lake lay calm now, its surface broken only by the occasional ripple near the reeds. Mara breathed deeply. This, she thought, is what should feel real. Not the night. Not the stranger in the house. Not the half-answers and missing names. This. The path. The air. The solid ground beneath her feet. She slowed slightly as the trail narrowed. "You have to watch here," she said. "It gets slippery." "I noticed," he replied. "You did?" "Yes." "How?" "I slipped. Yesterday." She glanced back. "You weren't joking." "No." A faint smile touched her mouth. Good to know you're consistent. Sometimes. They continued. The trees grew thicker as they moved farther from the cottage. Light filtered through in softer patches now. The ground smelled richer, earth and damp leaves and something deeper beneath it all. Mara knew this part of the path well. She had walked it in every season. Summer, when the leaves cast full shade and the air hummed with insects. Autumn, when the ground turned gold and brittle underfoot. Winter, when the lake froze near the edges and the path became a line of pale frost through bare trees. Spring, when everything returned too quickly to keep track of. Today it felt different. She slowed again. Not enough to stop. Enough to notice. Elias came level with her. What is it? He asked. She shook her head. Nothing. That didn't sound like nothing. She almost repeated his words from earlier. Instead she said, it just feels quieter than usual. He listened. The forest held its breath. Or perhaps that was only her imagination. It is quiet, he said. No, she replied. It's always quiet. This is. She searched for the word. Still. He nodded slightly. Yes. The agreement unsettled her more than disagreement would have. They walked on. The path curved. The trees thinned. And then, through the last line of branches, the house appeared. The yellow house stood exactly where Mara remembered it. And not at all. From a distance, it had always looked faded. Now, up close, it seemed drained. The color had leached into something pale and uncertain, as if the years had not simply weathered it but taken something essential from it. The windows were dark. Not just unlit. Opaque, as though they reflected nothing. The front gate hung slightly askew. The path leading to the door was overgrown but not entirely lost. Someone had walked here before. Not recently. But not never. Mara stopped. Elias did not. He took one more step forward before realizing she had paused, then stopped as well. Neither spoke. The house stood in silence. No wind moved through the trees here. No birds. Even the distant sound of water seemed dimmed. Mara felt it again. That shift. Stronger now. What is this place? Elias asked. His voice had changed. Quieter. More focused. She swallowed. It's just a house. No. She looked at him. He was staring at it as if something inside him had aligned. This is it, he said. You don't know that. Yes. How? A long pause. Then. Because I remember the window. He pointed. Second floor. Left side. The glass caught a faint reflection of the lake. Mara's breath slowed. That doesn't mean. I know, he said. But he did not look away. She followed his gaze. The window looked normal. Empty. Still. And yet, she couldn't explain it. But something about it felt watching. Mara stepped back. We should be careful, she said. Elias nodded. Yes. Neither moved forward. Not yet. The house waited. And for the first time since the night he knocked, Mara felt something shift inside her certainty. Not fear. Something else. Something quieter. More dangerous. Trust, she realized, does not always feel safe. Sometimes it feels like stepping closer to something you don't understand. Chapter 3, Something Felt Different, Part 2. They did not approach the house immediately. That, Mara would later realize, was the first instinct she trusted without questioning. Because something in her, something older than logic, older than caution, understood that stepping closer too quickly would change the moment in ways she could not reverse. So they stood. A few meters from the broken gate. The lake behind them. The silent house ahead. And the strange stillness between. Elias did not rush forward. He did not even lean toward it. He only looked. Not with curiosity alone. With recognition. Mara felt it as clearly as if he had spoken. This is it, he said again, softer now. She crossed her arms. You said that already. Yes. And you still don't know her name. No. Or why your father brought you here. No. Or what the date means. No. She looked at him sharply. And yet you're certain. He finally turned toward her. Are you not? The question caught her off guard. I've only been here twice, she said. I don't have anything to be certain about. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? He studied her. Not intensely. Carefully. As soon as you saw it, he said, you stopped breathing the same way. Mara blinked. That's not true. It is. She opened her mouth to argue. Then stopped. Because. He was right. She hadn't noticed it until he said it. But her breath had changed. Slower. Shallower. As if the air near the house carried something heavier than it should. Mara looked back at the building. The yellow paint, faded, uneven. The shutters, half hanging. The path, just visible beneath the overgrowth. Nothing moved. Nothing lived. And yet, it did not feel abandoned. That was the difference. Abandoned places usually feel empty. This one did not. It felt held. As if something had remained. Not visible. Not audible. But present in the way silence can become presence when it lasts too long. We shouldn't go inside, she said. Elias didn't respond immediately. Then, not yet. She glanced at him. That wasn't very convincing. I'm not convinced. Then why say it? Because I don't think we're here just to look at it. The words settled between them. Mara felt the faintest tightening in her chest. We, she said. He met her eyes. Yes. She looked away. Toward the lake. Toward the trees. Anywhere but at the house. That's a generous assumption, she said. It's an accurate one. You don't know me. No. And yet you think I'm part of this. Yes. She let out a quiet breath. That's not comforting. I know. Silence returned. The kind that doesn't end a conversation, only deepens it. Mara stepped forward. Just one step. The ground shifted slightly beneath her boot. Soft from rain. Elias watched. Did not follow. Why aren't you moving? She asked. Because you are. That doesn't answer anything. It does. She turned back. You're letting me go first. Yes. Why? A pause. Then, because I don't want to lead you somewhere you might not choose to go. The answer landed softly. But it stayed. Mara looked at him longer than she meant to. Then turned back to the house. And took another step. The gate creaked when she touched it. Not loudly. But enough to sound wrong in the stillness. She pushed it open slowly. The hinges resisted at first, then gave way with a low, reluctant sound. Elias followed now. Not ahead. Not beside. Just behind. Close enough to be present. Far enough to leave space. Mara noticed that too. The path inside the gate was narrower than it had appeared from outside. Grass had grown through the cracks in the old stones. Leaves gathered in the corners where the wind had pushed them and no one had cleared them away. It smelled different here. Less like rain. More like something closed. Not rot. Not decay. Just still air. They walked slowly. Each step deliberate. The front door stood at the end of the path. Wood. Darkened by time and weather. A brass handle, dulled but intact. No lock visible from the outside. Mara stopped again. This time, Elias stopped immediately. What is it? He asked. She shook her head. I don't know. That was the truth. There was no sound. No movement. No reason to hesitate. And yet, she didn't want to touch the door. Not yet. Elias stepped slightly closer. Do you want me to try? He asked. No. The answer came too quickly. He noticed. But didn't comment. Mara took a breath. Then reached out. Her fingers brushed the wood. Cold. Not from the weather. From inside. She pulled her hand back slightly. Elias saw. What? It's cold. It's morning. No, she said quietly. It's different. He stepped forward now. Close enough that she could feel the presence of him beside her. He reached out. Touched the door. His expression didn't change. It's just wood, he said. Mara frowned. Is it? He looked at her. Then back at the door. For a moment, something in his face shifted. Just slightly. Then it was gone. Yes, he said. But the answer felt less certain. He opened it. The door moved more easily than expected. No resistance. No stuck hinges. It swung inward with a soft, almost quiet ease. As if it had been opened recently. Mara felt that before she understood it. Her pulse quickened. You said no one lives here, Elias said. No one does. Then why? I don't know. The air inside the house was cool, still, and faintly familiar. That was the strangest part. Mara stepped over the threshold. She had not meant to. But she did. Elias followed. The interior was dim. Light filtered through the windows in thin, muted lines. Dust did not hang in the air the way it should in an abandoned place. Instead, everything felt preserved. Not clean. Not maintained. Just undisturbed. The furniture remained. A narrow table by the wall. A chair near the window. A cabinet with glass doors, still holding dishes. Mara walked slowly. Her footsteps sounded softer here. As if the house absorbed them. This doesn't make sense, she whispered. No, Elias agreed. He moved toward the center of the room. His gaze drifted, not randomly. With purpose. As if something inside him recognized the space even if his mind did not. Mara watched him. You've been here, she said. Yes. You remember more than you're saying. A pause. I don't know what I remember. That's not the same thing. No. He turned slowly. Looked at the staircase. Then at the hallway beyond. Then at the piano. Mara hadn't noticed it at first. It stood in the corner of the room, partly hidden by shadow. Old. Dark wood. The lid closed. Elias walked toward it. His movements had changed again. Less cautious. More certain. Mara followed. He stopped in front of the piano. Did not touch it. Only looked. This is it, he said. She exhaled slowly. You said it had a broken key. Yes. Which one? He didn't answer immediately. Then he lifted his hand. Pressed one key. The notes sounded Clear. Then another. Clear. Then. He pressed a third. It stuck. A dull, uneven sound. The note lingered longer than it should. Mara's breath caught. "That's not possible," she whispered. Elias looked at the key. Then at his hand. Then at her. "I remember that," he said. The certainty in his voice was different now. Not guessed. Not felt. Known. Mara stepped back. The room felt smaller. The air heavier. "How?" she asked. "I don't know." "That's not enough." "I know." He pressed the key again. The same uneven note. The same lingering sound. The same wrongness. Mara turned toward the staircase. Without meaning to. As if something called her attention there. She froze. Elias noticed. "What?" She didn't answer. Her gaze remained fixed on the upper floor. The second floor window. The one he had pointed to earlier. "You said you remembered the window," she said slowly. "Yes." "From upstairs." "Yes." She swallowed. "I've never been upstairs." Elias looked at her. "And yet?" She didn't move. "I know what it looks like," she said. The words barely left her lips. Silence filled the space between them. The house seemed to listen. Elias stepped closer. "How?" Mara shook her head. "I don't know." But something inside her did. Something quiet. Something she hadn't noticed until now. The same feeling from the path. From the moment they saw the house. That subtle shift. That wrong familiarity. She turned slowly toward him. "Something feels different," she said. Elias held her gaze. "Yes." "Not just the house." "No." Her voice lowered. "Us." The word lingered. Not heavy. Not dramatic. Just. True. Elias didn't look away. "I know," he said. Mara's heart beat slower now. Not faster. Slower. As if the moment had stretched. As if time itself had softened inside the house. She looked around again. The table. The chair. The piano. The staircase. Nothing had changed. And yet. Everything had. She took a step back toward the door. "We shouldn't stay long." "No." "But we're going to." "Yes." The quiet agreement between them settled deeply. Not forced. Not questioned. Mara looked at him one more time. Really looked. Not as a stranger now. Not entirely. Something had shifted. Subtly. Irreversibly. She didn't trust it. But she didn't resist it either. And that frightened her more than anything else so far. Because whatever had brought him here, whatever had brought them here, was not finished. And she had the growing, undeniable feeling that it had never been about the house alone. Chapter 4, The Calm Before the Truth, Part 1. They did not go upstairs. Not yet. The decision was never spoken aloud, but both of them seemed to arrive at it at the same time, as if some shared instinct understood that crossing that next boundary would change things in a way neither of them could take back. So instead, they stepped outside. The air felt different the moment they left the house. Lighter. Moving again. The faint breeze that had been absent inside returned, brushing through the trees and stirring the leaves into a soft, familiar sound. The lake caught more sunlight now, the pale gray giving way to muted silver, then to a quiet, reflective blue. Mara breathed in deeply. She hadn't realized how much she needed that simple movement of air. Beside her, Elias stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Not looking at the house. Not looking at the lake. Somewhere in between. Then, without a word, he walked past her toward the path. Mara followed. They did not speak for several minutes. The walk back felt longer than the walk there. Not physically. Something else. As if the space between the cottage and the yellow house had stretched, not in distance, but in meaning. The ground still held the dampness of the storm. Their footsteps made soft, muted sounds against the earth. Drops fell intermittently from branches overhead, brushing shoulders, hair, the backs of hands. Mara focused on those details. The small things. The normal things. Because something inside her was unsettled, and she needed something steady to hold on to. "You've been there before," she said finally. It wasn't a question. Elias walked a few steps before answering. "Yes." "And you didn't remember until now?" "No." She glanced at him. "That doesn't make sense." "I know." "You recognized the piano?" "Yes." "The key?" "Yes." "The window?" "Yes." "And you still don't know why you were brought there?" "No." Mara let out a quiet breath. "That's not memory," she said. "That's something else." He didn't respond. But she saw it in the way his shoulders shifted slightly. He had thought the same thing. They reached the bend in the path where the lake came closer, visible through a thinner line of trees. Mara slowed. Then stopped. Elias took one more step before noticing, then turned back. "What is it?" She looked at the water. "I come here a lot," she said. He waited. "It's always the same," she continued. "The light changes. The weather changes. But the feeling doesn't. And now?" She hesitated. "Now it does." Elias followed her gaze. The lake looked as it always did. Calm. Wide. Unbroken. But the feeling. Yes. Something had shifted. Not in the water. In her. Because of the house, he asked. No. Because of me? She didn't answer immediately. Then. Because I can't tell the difference anymore. He turned toward her fully. Between what? Between what belongs to me, she said quietly, and what I'm picking up from you. The honesty of the words surprised her as soon as she spoke them. Elias didn't look away. That's not safe, he said. No. Then why are you still here? She met his gaze. I haven't decided that yet. The answer settled between them. Not defensive. Not resolved. Just. True. They continued walking. The cottage came into view slowly, through the trees, its small shape familiar and steady against the soft morning light. Mara felt something loosen in her chest when she saw it. Not relief exactly. Recognition. This is mine. This space. This life. This quiet. Not the house. Not the mystery. Not him. And yet. He was part of it now. That was the problem. Inside, the cottage felt warmer than before. Not physically. Something else. The space they had left only an hour ago now held the weight of what they had seen. The sofa. The table. The teacups still in the sink. Everything was the same. And completely different. Mara moved toward the window. Elias remained near the door. Neither spoke. The silence had changed again. It was no longer cautious. It was thinking. What are you going to do? She asked. Elias took a moment. Then. I'm going back. Her head turned sharply. No. Yes. You can't. Why not? She stepped toward him. Because something is wrong with that place. Yes. And you think going back alone is a good idea? No. Then don't. He held her gaze. I don't think I can leave it like this. Mara felt frustration rise. That's not a reason. It is to me. That's not enough. It has to be. The words were calm. Not stubborn. Not forceful. Just. Fixed. Mara stopped. She studied him. You already decided, she said. Yes. When? A while ago. Before you came here? A pause. No. Then when? He looked at her. Last night. She felt something shift again. You hadn't even seen the house. I didn't need to. That makes even less sense. I know. She turned away. Ran a hand through her hair. This was exactly the kind of situation she avoided. Unclear motives. Incomplete information. A person who moved forward without answers. And yet. She was still here. Still talking to him. Still listening. She turned back. "If you go back," she said, "you're not going alone." He shook his head immediately. "No." "Yes." "No. You don't get to decide that." "I do." "You don't." Their voices had risen slightly. Not into anger. Into something sharper. More urgent. Elias stepped closer. "Why?" he asked. The question stopped her. Not because she didn't have an answer. Because she had too many. None of them simple. None of them safe. She looked at him. "Because you don't know what you're walking into." "Neither do you." "Yes," she said. "Which is exactly why I'm not letting you walk into it alone." The silence that followed was heavier. Elias watched her. Not arguing. Not agreeing. Measuring. "You shouldn't be involved in this," he said quietly. "I already am." "No." "Yes." "You can still walk away." Mara felt something tighten. "Can I?" He didn't answer. Because they both knew. That wasn't true anymore. The room held them there. Two people who had met less than 12 hours ago. Now standing in the center of something neither of them understood. Mara exhaled slowly. "We're not going back right now," she said. Elias frowned slightly. "Why?" "Because we don't know enough." "That won't change." "It might." "How?" She moved toward the small desk near the wall. Opened a drawer. Took out a folded map. Old. Worn. Marked with small notes in pencil. "The village records," she said. "Church, land, old property listings. Mrs. Bella knows everything. If that house belonged to someone your father knew, there will be something." Elias watched her. "This matters to you now." It wasn't a question. Mara hesitated. Then nodded. "Yes." "Why?" She looked down at the map. Then back at him. "Because something felt different in that house." He didn't speak. "And I don't like not understanding why." The truth, again. Simple. Clear. Elias nodded slowly. "All right," he said. "We find out what we can first." Mara folded the map. Set it on the table. "And then we go back," she added. He held her gaze. "Yes." The calm settled again. Not because things were resolved. Because they had direction. Mara moved toward the kitchen. "I'm making more tea," she said. "That seems necessary." "It is." She paused. Then added. "And you're telling me everything you haven't said yet." Elias didn't answer immediately. She looked back at him. "Well?" A small, almost invisible shift in his expression. Then. Yes. But the way he said it. Mara knew. That wasn't going to be simple. The kettle began to heat again. Water. Steam. Soft sound building. Mara stood at the counter, her hands steady, her thoughts anything but. Behind her, Elias remained still. Waiting. And for the first time since he knocked on her door, Mara felt something else settle into place beneath everything else. Not fear. Not curiosity. Something quieter. More dangerous. The beginning of truth. And she had the growing, undeniable sense that whatever he was about to tell her was going to change everything. Chapter 4, The Calm Before the Truth, Part 2. The kettle began its low, familiar hum. Mara did not turn around immediately. She stood with both hands resting lightly on the edge of the counter, watching the thin line of steam rise and disappear into the kitchen light. Behind her, Elias remained where she had left him. Still. Waiting. Not for permission, exactly. For the moment to begin. Mara felt it too. That quiet, almost fragile pause before something shifts. She reached for the teacups. 2 this time. Not 3. Not by accident. The small decision carried more weight than she wanted to admit. You said you'd tell me everything, she said. The words were steady. Deliberate. A boundary, gently drawn. Yes. But he didn't move. Didn't begin. The kettle clicked softly. Mara poured the water. The scent of chamomile and lemon balm filled the space again, warm and grounding in contrast to everything that felt uncertain. She carried both cups to the table. Set them down. Then sat. Only then did she look at him. Well? Elias crossed the room slowly. Not hesitating. But not rushing either. He took the chair opposite her, the same one from earlier, and rested his hands around the cup she had placed there. He did not drink. Not yet. I don't know how to tell it in a way that makes sense, he said. Then don't, Mara replied. Just tell it. He studied the tea for a moment. Then nodded. All right. The quiet shifted. Not louder. Not heavier. Just focused. My father didn't talk about the past, he began. Mara listened. He kept things separate. Work. Home. Everything. A pause. Except this place. The lake, she said. Yes. You said he brought you here as a child. He did. How often? I'm not sure. Maybe 4 or 5 summers. That's not nothing. No. Mara leaned back slightly. Did your mother come too? No. The answer came too quickly. She noticed. Why not? Another pause. She wasn't part of it. That's vague. It's accurate. Mara watched him carefully. There was something in the way he spoke about his father, not resentment, not quite grief either. Something more restrained. Measured. As if even now, even after death, the man's boundaries still shaped the way Elias allowed himself to remember. What was it like? She asked. The house? No. Him. Elias looked up. The question seemed to land differently. More directly. He stopped. Chose his words. Distant. But not unkind. That's a difficult combination. Yes. Did you understand him? No. Mara nodded slightly. That sounds familiar. He looked at her. She didn't elaborate. Not yet. Instead she gestured toward the tea. Go on. Elias exhaled slowly. When we came here, he changed, he said. How? He paid attention. The simplicity of the answer caught her. Only here? Yes. That's strange. I know. What did he do? Elias's gaze drifted slightly, not away from her, but into memory. He listened more. He laughed. A faint, almost imperceptible shift in his expression. He stayed in one place. Mara felt something tighten in her chest. Stayed. He didn't travel. Didn't leave early. Didn't take calls. He paused. He was present. The word lingered. Mara looked down at her cup. There it was again. That quiet, dangerous recognition. The kind that doesn't belong to the story being told, but to something inside the listener. And the woman? She asked. Elias's expression changed slightly. Not visibly enough for someone who wasn't watching closely. But Mara was. She was part of that, he said. How? She made him stay. The sentence carried weight. Not romantic. Not simple. Something else. How do you know? Mara asked. I could tell. You were 8. Yes. That's not an age known for emotional accuracy. No, he agreed. But it is an age that notices change. Mara leaned forward slightly. What was she like? Elias was quiet for a long moment. Then. Kind. Mara waited. He didn't continue. That's it? That's what I remember. She lived in that house. Yes. You stayed there. Yes. And you never learned her name. No. Mara frowned. That's not normal. I know. Did you ask her? Yes. And? She told me it didn't matter. Mara's breath slowed. That's strange. Yes. Did your father ever say it? No. Did anyone in the village know? I don't know. Mara tapped her fingers lightly against the table. Thinking. "This doesn't fit," she said. "No. People don't bring their children to stay with someone and then keep their identity vague." "No. So what was she?" Elias looked at her. There it was again. That hesitation. But this time, it was different. Not withholding. Careful. As if the answer itself might shift something. "I don't know," he said. Mara held his gaze. "That's not true." Elias exhaled. "You're right," he said quietly. Silence. Then, "I think she was the reason he came back at all." Mara felt that land. Deep. Not because of the mystery. Because of the truth beneath it. People return for reasons they cannot explain. Places become anchors for things they never resolved. And sometimes, they bring others with them without knowing why. She looked at him. "And now you're doing the same thing." He didn't deny it. The tea had cooled slightly. Mara lifted her cup and took a slow sip. "So what changed?" she asked. Elias frowned. "What do you mean?" "You said he wrote this place down before he died." "Yes. So something happened between then and now." A pause. "Yes." "What?" Elias looked down at his hands. The faint scrapes on his knuckles were more visible now in daylight. "I found the notebook after he died," he said. "In his things?" "Yes." "Was it hidden?" "No. That's unusual." "I know." Mara leaned forward again. "What else was in it?" He hesitated. Then reached for his bag. The movement was slow. Deliberate. He placed the bag on the table. Unzipped it. And removed something wrapped in cloth. Mara's attention sharpened instantly. He unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a small notebook. Worn. Edges softened by time. The cover darkened with age and handling. Mara felt a subtle shift in the air. "Is that it?" she asked. "Yes." He placed it on the table between them. Did not open it. "Why haven't you shown me this yet?" she asked. "Because I didn't know if I should." "And now?" He met her eyes. "Now I think I have to." The honesty of that settled heavily. Mara looked at the notebook. Then back at him. "Open it." He did. The pages were filled with handwriting. Neat. Controlled. Not rushed. The kind of writing that belongs to someone who thinks before they commit anything to paper. Mara leaned closer. "What am I looking for?" Elias turned a few pages. Then stopped. "Here." He slid the notebook toward her. Mara looked down. There were only a few lines on this page. A date. Written alone at the top. October 18th. No year. Beneath it. A sentence. Only one. Mara read it. Then read it again. Her breath slowed. That's not. She stopped. Looked at Elias. That doesn't make sense. No. The sentence on the page read, "She will remember before you do." Mara felt something shift. Not in the room. Inside her. "What does that mean?" she asked. Elias shook his head. "I don't know." She looked at the page again. The handwriting was steady. Certain. Not confused. Not dying. This was written with intention. Deliberation. As if the words mattered enough to be chosen carefully. Mara closed the notebook. Then opened it again. The sentence didn't change. "Who is she?" she asked. Elias didn't answer. Because now. They both knew the question was no longer abstract. Mara felt a slow, creeping unease settle into her chest. Not fear. Recognition. Unwanted. Unexplained. Unavoidable. She leaned back slowly. "This is wrong," she said. "Yes. This isn't about the house anymore." "No." She looked at him. And for the first time since the night he knocked. She wasn't sure she trusted what she felt. Because something in her had already begun to shift. Subtly. Quietly. As if the sentence in that notebook had reached forward. And touched something inside her before she had a chance to understand it. "She will remember before you do." Mara swallowed. Elias. He was already watching her. Carefully. "What?" Her voice lowered. "I think something already is." The room fell into silence. Not empty. Not calm. A different kind of stillness. The kind that comes just before something hidden becomes visible. Outside, the last drops of rain fell from the trees. The lake lay quiet. The house stood waiting in the distance. And inside the cottage. Between a woman who had let him stay. And a man who didn't know who he really was. The truth had begun to move. Slowly. Inevitably. And neither of them was ready for it. Chapter 5, His Story Didn't Match, Part 1. Mara did not touch the notebook again. Even after Elias closed it and slid it back toward himself, even after the room returned to its quiet arrangement of table, cups, and morning light, something in her resisted reaching for it again. Because the sentence had not stayed on the page. It had moved. Into her. Not as memory. Not as thought. As something closer to recognition. "She will remember before you do." The words did not echo. They settled. And that unsettled her more. "You've read it before," she said. Elias nodded. "Many times. And you still don't know what it means." "No. That doesn't make sense." "I know." Mara pushed her chair back slightly. The legs made a soft sound against the floor. "You came all this way with nothing but that?" she asked. No. He reached into the bag again. This time, he hesitated before removing anything. That hesitation mattered. Mara noticed. What? She said. There's something else. Then show me. He unwrapped a second object. Not a notebook. A photograph. Old. The edges worn thin, the surface slightly faded. He placed it on the table between them. Mara leaned forward. The image was simple. A house. The same house. The yellow one. But different. Brighter. Alive. The paint fresh. The windows open. Curtains visible inside. And in front of it, two figures. A man. And a woman. Mara's breath slowed. That's your father, she said. Elias nodded. You're sure? Yes. You remember him that clearly? I remember enough. She studied the photograph. The man stood slightly turned, as if caught mid-movement rather than posed. His expression was not directed at the camera. He was looking toward the woman. That detail mattered. It always did. And her? Mara asked. Elias was quiet. I don't know. You've never seen this before? No. Then how do you know it's her? He looked at the photograph again. A long pause. Then. I don't. Mara frowned. But you think it is? Yes. Why? He didn't answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the woman in the image. She looks like someone who belongs there, he said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Mara exhaled slowly. The woman in the photograph stood beside the man, slightly behind him, as if she had moved into the frame at the last second. Her face was turned slightly away. Not enough to hide it. Enough to blur it. But something about her posture. The angle of her shoulders. The way her head tilted just slightly toward him. Mara felt it. That same quiet recognition. Uninvited. Unexplained. She looked away first. This doesn't help, she said. No. It raises more questions. Yes. That's not what you needed. It might be. Mara sat back. Crossed her arms. Your story doesn't match, she said. Elias looked at her. What do you mean? You said you don't remember her. I don't. But you recognize things. Yes. The piano. Yes. The window. Yes. And now this. He followed her gaze to the photograph. Yes. That's not nothing. No. That's memory. A pause. Or something like it. That's not good enough. Mara leaned forward again. More direct now. More certain. You're either remembering something you're not admitting, she said, or something is happening that you don't understand. Yes. And you're not telling me which one it is. I don't know which one it is. She held his gaze. You do. The silence stretched. Elias didn't look away. But something in him shifted. Not outwardly. Inward. A small, controlled tightening. You think I'm lying, he said. I think you're leaving things out. That's not the same thing. No, she said. It's worse. The words landed. Not harsh. Not angry. Just. True. Elias exhaled slowly. I'm telling you everything I can, he said. That's not what I asked. Mara's voice had softened. But it had also sharpened. I asked if your story matches what we're seeing, she said. It doesn't. Then something is wrong. Yes. And you're standing in the middle of it. Yes. She sat back again. Silence returned. But now it carried tension. Not between them. Between what was known. And what refused to fit. The light in the room shifted. Morning had moved forward without them noticing. The sun had risen higher behind the clouds, softening the gray into something brighter, less uncertain. Outside, the village would be waking fully now. The baker opening his doors. The grocer setting out crates. The church bell marking the hour. Inside, time felt different. Slower. Or perhaps less reliable. Mara stood. I need to go into town. Elias looked up. Now? Yes. Why? Because if your father stayed here, she said, someone will remember him. After all this time? This is a village, she replied. People remember everything. He nodded slowly. And the house? We don't go back yet. Why not? She turned toward him. Because we don't know enough. That didn't stop us before. It should have. The answer came sharper than she intended. Elias didn't react. Only watched. Mara softened slightly. We go to the village first, she said. We ask questions. We look for records. Names. Dates. Anything that connects your father to that house. And then? Then we decide what to do next. He considered that. Then nodded. All right. They left the cottage together. This time, the walk felt different. Not quiet. Not calm. Something beneath the surface had changed. Mara noticed it in small ways. The way Elias walked slightly closer now. The way she was more aware of his presence beside her. The way the path no longer felt entirely familiar. As if something from the house had followed them. Not physically. Something else. She didn't say it. But she felt it. They reached the edge of the village as the church bell rang. The sound carried clearly through the air. Grounding. Normal. Mara let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "This helps," she said. "What does?" "Noise." Elias glanced at her. "You prefer it?" "No," she said. "But right now, I trust it more." He understood. Didn't respond. They walked into the square. The village was exactly as it should be. Alive. Ordinary. Unchanged. Marta stood outside the bakery, arguing with someone about flour deliveries. A pair of children ran past, laughing, their shoes still damp from the morning ground. The old men at the chess table had already taken their places, pieces arranged with quiet seriousness. Nothing here reflected the house. Nothing here felt different. Mara felt the tension in her chest ease slightly. This is real, she thought. This is stable. This makes sense. She turned to Elias. "Stay close," she said. "I am." She led him toward the bakery first. Marta looked up immediately. "Mara," she said, then paused. Her gaze shifted to Elias. And stayed there. A fraction too long. Mara noticed. Something in her tightened again. "This is," she began. "Mara," Marta interrupted. Her voice had changed. Subtly. "Who is this?" Mara hesitated. Then. "Elias." The name hung there. Marta's expression didn't change. But something in her eyes did. Recognition. Not clear. Not certain. But there. Elias felt it too. Mara could see it. "What is it?" Mara asked. Marta didn't answer immediately. She looked at Elias. Then back at Mara. "You said his name is Elias?" she asked. "Yes." A pause. Then, very quietly. "That's not what it was." The world didn't stop. The bell continued its final toll. The children ran past again. The bakery door opened behind them. Life moved. But something inside Mara shifted. Sharply. Decisively. She turned to Elias. He was already looking at Marta. His face had gone completely still. "What do you mean?" Mara asked. Marta hesitated. As if unsure whether to continue. Then. "I've seen him before." Mara's breath caught. "That's not possible." Marta shook her head slowly. "No," she said. "It is." She looked at Elias again. Longer this time. More certain. "But that's not his name." Silence fell between them. Not loud. Not dramatic. But deep. Elias spoke first. "What name do you remember?" he asked. Marta hesitated. then answered. Adrian. The name landed. Mara felt it immediately. Not as information. As impact. She turned to Elias. But something was already changing. In his expression. In his stillness. In the space between who he had been. And who he might actually be. And for the first time since she let him into her house, Mara felt something colder than uncertainty. Not fear. Not yet. Something closer to realization. His story didn't match. And now, it was starting to break. Chapter 5, His Story Didn't Match, Part 2. The name did not echo. It did something worse. It stayed. Adrian. Mara felt it settle into the space between them like something that had always belonged there, waiting only to be spoken aloud. Elias, no, the man beside her, did not react immediately. That, more than anything, frightened her. If he had denied it. If he had laughed. If he had argued. It would have been easier. Instead, he stood completely still. Not confused. Not defensive. Still. As if something inside him had just aligned. Marta watched him carefully. You remember, she said. It wasn't a question. The man, Elias, Adrian, whoever he was, slowly shook his head. No. But the answer lacked force. Marta didn't believe him. Neither did Mara. That's the name you had, Marta said. When you came before. Mara turned sharply. Before, she repeated. What do you mean before? Marta looked between them. Her expression had changed completely now. Less curiosity. More caution. You don't know? She asked Mara. No. Marta hesitated. Then sighed. I thought you did. Mara's pulse quickened. Thought I what? That he had been here. The words landed heavily. Mara felt the ground of the moment shift beneath her. That's not possible, she said. But the certainty was already gone. Marta crossed her arms. It is, she said simply. She looked at the man again. You stayed at the edge of the lake. Not long. A few days. A pause. You didn't talk much then either. Mara's breath slowed. She turned toward him. Is that true? He didn't answer. He was still staring at Marta. Not with confusion. Not entirely. With something closer to recognition trying to surface. I don't remember, he said finally. Marta nodded once. I believe that, she said. That unsettled Mara even more. You believe him? She asked. Yes. Why? Marta shrugged slightly. Because if he did remember, he wouldn't be standing here asking questions. That made sense. Too much sense. Mara pressed her fingers lightly against her temple. Wait, she said. When was this? Marta frowned. Not recently. How long? She thought. Years. Mara turned slowly toward him. Years, she repeated. Yes, Marta said. Mara's voice lowered. That's not possible. But again, it no longer felt impossible. It felt wrong and real at the same time. She looked at him. You've been here before. He didn't deny it. I don't remember it, he said. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I know. Mara took a step back. The square suddenly felt too open. Too exposed. Too ordinary for what was unfolding inside it. You told me you came as a child, she said. I did. You didn't say anything about coming back. I didn't know. That's not enough. Her voice had sharpened again. Not angry. But something close. You walked into my house with a story that doesn't match what's actually happening, she continued. You said you didn't remember anything. And now? I said I didn't understand it, he interrupted quietly. That's not the same thing. No. They stood facing each other. The village moved around them. Unaffected. Unaware. But Mara felt the difference now more strongly than ever. Not in the world. In him. And in herself. Marta stepped back slightly. I should go, she said. Mara didn't look at her. Wait, she said. Marta hesitated. What else do you remember? Mara asked. Marta frowned slightly. Not much. Anything. She considered. You didn't stay long, she said, looking at the man again. You kept to yourself. Walked by the lake. Spent time near that house. Mara felt her stomach tighten. The yellow house? Yes. Mara closed her eyes briefly. Of course. Of course. And then, she asked. Marta shook her head. You left. That's it? Yes. Mara opened her eyes. That doesn't help. It's all I know. Marta looked at the man one last time. Her expression softened slightly. You looked different then, she said. He blinked. How? You weren't, she searched for the word. Lost, she finished. The silence after that was heavy. Mara felt it settle deeply. Then Marta turned and went back into the bakery without another word. The square returned to its normal rhythm. But Mara couldn't feel it anymore. She turned slowly toward him. Adrian, she said. The name felt strange in her mouth. Not wrong. Just unfamiliar. He looked at her. Something shifted again. Subtle. Almost invisible. Yes, he said. Mara's breath caught. You answered to that. A pause. Yes. Without thinking. I noticed. That doesn't bother you? It should. But it doesn't. He didn't answer. Mara stepped closer. You said you didn't remember being here. I don't. You said you didn't know her name. I don't. You said you came because of your father. I did. She held his gaze. Then why does everything else say you've been here before? He looked at her. And for the first time, there was something new in his expression. Not calm. Not controlled. Uncertainty. Real. I don't know, he said. And this time, Mara believed him. That was the worst part. Because if he had been lying, she could have turned away. But he wasn't. Or not entirely. Which meant something else was happening. Something neither of them understood. They walked away from the square. Not toward the cottage. Not toward the house. Just away. The road curved slightly along the edge of the village, leading toward a small open field where the grass still held drops of rain. They stopped there. No one else around. No sound but wind and distant voices. Mara turned to him. Start again, she said. He frowned. What? From the beginning. I already told you. Not that version, she said. Her voice was steady now. Clear. I want everything, she continued. Not what you think matters. Not what you think I need to hear. A pause. Everything. He studied her. This time, there was no hesitation. No careful selection of answers. Only a long, slow breath. Then. All right. Mara waited. The air moved gently through the field. He began. My father wasn't the only reason I came here. The sentence landed quietly. Mara didn't react. Didn't interrupt. Just listened. There was something else, he continued. Something I didn't understand at the time. What? A feeling. She almost smiled. That's not helpful. No, he said. But it's true. What kind of feeling? He looked out across the field. Like I'd been here before. Mara's chest tightened. Before the childhood visits? Yes. That's not possible. I know. But you felt it. Yes. She crossed her arms again. That's the same thing happening now. Yes. And you didn't tell me. I didn't know how. That's not a reason. It's the only one I had. Mara exhaled slowly. Go on. He nodded. When I found the notebook, he said, it wasn't just the place that felt familiar. What else? The handwriting. Mara stilled. You recognized it. Yes. But it was your father's. Yes. That doesn't make sense. I know. She stared at him. You're saying you recognized your father's handwriting in a way that didn't feel like memory. Yes. Mara shook her head slightly. That's not possible. No. But it happened. Yes. The quiet between them deepened again. Mara felt something shift. Not outside. Inside her. The same subtle pull. The same wrong familiarity. You said something felt different, she said slowly. Yes. This is what you meant. Yes. She swallowed. And now it's happening to me. He didn't answer. But he didn't need to. Mara turned away. Walked a few steps into the field. The grass bent softly beneath her feet. The air felt clearer here. Less contained. She needed that. She needed distance from him. From the house. From the feeling that something had already begun to change inside her without her permission. She stopped. Then said, without turning. What if it's not your memory? A pause behind her. Then. What do you mean? She turned back. What if you're remembering something that doesn't belong to you? The idea hung in the air. Strange. Uncomfortable. Possible. Elias, Adrian, whatever his name was, looked at her. That would be worse, he said. Yes. Because then it means that it's not just you. Silence. The wind moved again. Soft. Uncertain. Mara felt it clearly now. This wasn't just about him. Or his father. Or the house. Something else was happening. Something that didn't fit inside ordinary explanations. And she was already part of it. Whether she wanted to be or not. She stepped closer again. Say it, she said. What? What you're thinking. He looked at her. For a long moment. Then. I don't think I came here by accident. Mara's breath slowed. I don't think so either. And I don't think you letting me stay was random. Her chest tightened. No. The truth of it settled heavily. Neither of them tried to soften it. Because they both knew. It couldn't be softened. The calm had ended. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just. Quietly. And in its place. Something far more dangerous had begun. Not fear. Not yet. Understanding. And neither of them was ready for what it might become. Chapter 6, The Night She Stayed Awake. The evening did not fall all at once. It never did here. It arrived slowly, like a thought that didn't want to disturb anything already in place, slipping between the trees, dimming the lake by degrees, softening the edges of the world until everything felt quieter, more contained. Mara noticed it first in the light on the kitchen wall. What had been pale and steady in the afternoon became warmer, lower, stretched thin across the wood as the sun moved behind the distant hills. Shadows lengthened across the floor, gathering beneath the table, deepening in the corners of the room, touching the legs of the chairs like something patient and inevitable. She stood by the window, watching it happen. Not because the sunset was remarkable. Because she needed something ordinary to focus on. Something that had not changed. Behind her, she could feel him. Not close enough to touch. Not far enough to forget. Just there. That quiet presence she had become aware of without deciding to. Elias. Or Adrian. The names still hadn't settled. Neither of them had spoken it again since leaving the village. But it lingered. Between them. Around them. Inside the space in a way that refused to be ignored. Mara exhaled slowly. "You're still standing in the same place," she said. "I know." His voice came from behind her, calm as always, but quieter now. As if the day had taken something from it. Or added something. "I thought you didn't like standing still," she added. "I don't." "Then why are you doing it?" A pause. "Because it feels like if I move too quickly, I'll miss something." Mara turned then. Slowly. He stood near the doorway between the kitchen and the sitting room, one hand resting lightly against the frame, not leaning, not tense. Just touching it, as if grounding himself in something physical. His expression was different again. Less guarded. Not relaxed. Something in between. "You think something is going to happen," she said. "Yes." "When?" "I don't know." "That's not helpful." "No." She studied him. The fading light moved across his face, catching the line of his jaw, the slight shadow beneath his eyes, the faint mark near his temple she had noticed the night before. He looked. Not like a stranger anymore. That realization unsettled her. Because it had happened too quickly. Too quietly. And she hadn't chosen it. "I'm cooking," she said finally. The words felt like an anchor. Something real. Something she understood. Elias nodded. "All right." No questions. No attempt to help. Just that same careful acceptance. Mara turned back to the counter. The kitchen welcomed her. The familiar arrangement of objects. The weight of the knife in her hand. The steady rhythm of movement. She began to cut vegetables slowly. Deliberately. Each motion precise. Controlled. As if by controlling these small things, she could contain everything else that had begun to move beyond her understanding. Behind her, Elias shifted slightly. Not closer. Just enough to change the space. Mara noticed the sound of it. The subtle shift of fabric. The quiet movement of breath. "You can sit," she said. "I'm fine here." "You said that yesterday." "Yes." "And you weren't." A faint pause. Then. "No." That almost made her smile. almost. The scent of herbs rose into the air as she worked. Rosemary. Thyme. A hint of garlic warming in oil. The kitchen filled with warmth. With something human. Something grounded. Mara held on to that. Because beneath it, she could still feel the other thing. The quiet, constant awareness that something had begun. Something that would not stop just because they wanted it to. "You've been here before," she said. Not a question. Elias didn't answer immediately. "Yes," he said finally. "You didn't remember." "No. But something in you did." "Yes." She set the knife down. Turned slightly. "That's not normal." "No." "Then what is it?" A pause. Then, softly. "I don't know." Mara watched him. He wasn't lying. That much she was certain of now. Whatever was happening, it wasn't something he understood. Which meant, it wasn't something she could control. And that was the part she didn't like. The light faded further. Mara reached for the lamp above the counter and switched it on. Warm light filled the kitchen again, pushing back the shadows just enough to make the space feel held. Contained. She breathed a little easier. Elias moved then. Not suddenly. Not deliberately. Just closer. He stepped into the kitchen. Stopped near the edge of the counter. Close enough now that she could feel the warmth of him. Not touching, but present in a way that shifted the air between them. Mara noticed it immediately. Didn't move away. Didn't move closer. Just felt it. "You're different here," she said. He looked at her. "How?" She hesitated. "You're less distant." A faint flicker of something in his eyes. "I don't feel distant." "No," she said quietly. "You don't." Silence settled between them. Not empty. Not uncomfortable. Something softer. More dangerous. Dinner came together slowly. They moved around each other without speaking much, but not awkwardly. Naturally. As if they had learned the space together, even though they hadn't. At one point, Mara reached for something at the same time he did. Their hands brushed. Just barely. But it was enough. The contact was brief. Unintentional. And yet, it lingered. Not on the skin. Somewhere deeper. Mara pulled her hand back first. Not quickly. But with awareness. Elias did the same. Neither of them spoke. But the space between them had changed again. They ate at the table. The lamps lit. The night settled fully outside. The windows reflecting only the room now, not the lake beyond. Mara sat across from him. Watching. Not openly. But not hiding it either. He moved the same way he had earlier. Careful. Measured. Present. But there was something else now. A softness at the edges. As if the longer he stayed, the less he felt like he needed to hold himself apart. Mara noticed that. And it made something in her chest tighten. Because she didn't know if that was safe. "You're not what I expected," she said quietly. He looked up. "What did you expect?" "I don't know." "That's not very helpful." "No," she admitted. "It isn't." A pause. Then. "Are you?" He considered that. Then. "No." She nodded. "Good." He almost smiled. After dinner, neither of them moved right away. The plates remained. The air warm. The silence deep. Mara leaned back slightly. "You're not leaving," she said. "No." It wasn't a question. He didn't treat it like one. "Good," she said softly. She hadn't meant to say that. But once it was said, she didn't take it back. Eventually, she stood. "I should clean up." "I'll help." She shook her head. "No." A pause. Then, more quietly. "Stay." He did. The sound of water filled the kitchen again. Mara stood at the sink, hands moving through familiar motions, the warmth grounding her, steadying her. Behind her. Him. Still there. Still present. Still. Something she hadn't decided how to define. "You're thinking," he said. "Yes." "About what?" She didn't turn. "About why I didn't send you away." A pause. "And?" She dried her hands slowly. "I still don't know." He stepped closer. Not touching. But close enough now that she could feel the space narrow between them. "You don't need to know," he said. "I do." "Why?" She turned. Slowly. "Because not knowing feels like losing control." But that wasn't what she said. "I just do." They stood there. Close now. Closer than they had been all day. The kitchen quiet. The night deep beyond the windows. The air holding something neither of them named. Mara felt it clearly. That pull. Not strong. Not overwhelming. Just. Present. She didn't step back. Neither did he. "You should sleep," she said. "I don't think I will." "Me neither." A faint pause. Then. "You can take the sofa." "And you?" "I'll be in my room." But she already knew. She wouldn't sleep. Later, the house quieted. The lights dimmed. The fire low. The night settled fully around them. Mara lay in bed. Eyes open. Listening. Not for sound. For change. And it came. Not loudly. Not suddenly. A shift. Subtle. Like something moving just beneath the surface of everything. She sat up. Her heart steady. Too steady. She stood. Opened the door. The sitting room was dim. The lamp still on. The sofa. Empty. The front door stood slightly open. Cold air slipped inside. Mara stepped forward. Barefoot. Without thinking. Outside. He stood at the edge of the path. Facing the lake. Still. Unmoving. As if he had been drawn there. Or called. Elias, she said softly. No response. She stepped closer. Adrian. He turned. Slowly. And for a moment. She didn't recognize him. Not fully. Something in his expression had changed. Not emotion. Something deeper. Awareness. Clarity. As if he had stepped into a version of himself she hadn't seen before. You shouldn't be here, he said. Mara's breath caught. Why? He looked at her. And this time. She felt it. Not confusion. Not uncertainty. Truth. Because this is where it begins, he said. The night held them there. The lake dark. The air still. The world quiet. Mara stepped closer. I'm not leaving. He watched her. Something softened. Just slightly. That's why you were brought here, he said. And in that moment, Mara understood something she hadn't wanted to admit. This wasn't an accident. Not the knock. Not the house. Not him. Not her letting him stay. She had been part of this long before she realized it. And now, there was no turning back. The night deepened. And neither of them slept. Chapter 7, The Secret He Couldn't Hide. Mara did not go back inside immediately. Even after his words settled into the quiet air between them, even after the lake returned to stillness, and the night resumed its soft, breathing silence, she remained where she was. Barefoot on the damp earth. Close enough to him now that the space between them no longer felt like distance, but something else. Something fragile. Something that had not yet decided what it was. The air had cooled since evening. A thin layer of mist had begun to gather along the surface of the lake, softening its edges, blurring the line between water and sky until it looked less like a place and more like a memory. Mara wrapped her arms loosely around herself. Not from cold. From awareness. You said this is where it begins, she said quietly. Yes. That means you know something. A pause. Then. I think I do. She studied him. His face was different in the low light. Not shadowed. Defined. As if something inside him had shifted into focus. Not fully. But enough. Then tell me, she said. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked back at the lake. And for a moment, Mara had the strange and unsettling feeling that he wasn't seeing what she saw. Not the water. Not the mist. Something behind it. Or beneath it. Or before it. You won't like it, he said finally. That's not your decision. No. Then say it. Silence. The kind that gathers weight before breaking. Then. I don't think I came here for the first time when I was a child. Mara's breath slowed. That's not what you told me. No. Then what are you saying? He turned toward her. Fully now. And for the first time since she met him. He didn't look uncertain. I think I've been coming here for a long time, he said. How long? I don't know. That's not enough. I know. Mara stepped closer. Just slightly. Enough to feel the shift in the air between them. You're remembering, she said. Yes. Now? Not exactly. Then what? He searched for the words. And when he spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter. More distant. As if he were describing something he didn't fully own. It's like, he paused, standing in a room you've never been in before, and knowing where everything is. Mara felt that. Too clearly. That's not memory, she said. No. Then what is it? I don't know. She looked away. Toward the house in the distance. Invisible now, but still. Present. Always present. I felt something like that today, she admitted. Elias watched her. At the house. Yes. And now? She hesitated. Then. Yes. Silence settled again. Not empty. Shared. The wind moved gently across the lake. The mist shifted with it. And for a moment, everything felt suspended. As if the world had paused, waiting for something to be said. Or remembered. Or revealed. Mara exhaled slowly. You said there was something you hadn't told me. He nodded. There is. Then now is the time. He didn't argue. Didn't hesitate. Only. Chose his words carefully. I didn't come here just because of my father. Mara's chest tightened. I figured that out. There was something else. What? He looked at her. And for the first time, there was something like vulnerability in his expression. Not weakness. Not uncertainty. Something deeper. I've had the same dream, he said. Mara stilled. What kind of dream? The same one, he repeated. For years. How many years? I don't know. Long enough that it stopped feeling like a dream. Then what did it feel like? He didn't answer immediately. Then, like a memory I wasn't supposed to remember, the words settled heavily. Mara felt it again. That quiet shift. That pull. What happens in it? She asked. Elias looked back at the lake. At first, nothing clear, he said. Just the house. The lake. The feeling of being there. And then? It changed. How? He hesitated. Then. I wasn't alone. Mara's breath slowed. Who was with you? He didn't answer. Not right away. Mara felt something tighten in her chest. Elias, she said softly. He turned toward her. And for a moment, she already knew. Before he said it. Before he confirmed it. Before the truth reached the surface. You were, he said. The world did not stop. The lake did not freeze. The wind did not fall silent. And yet, everything changed. Mara felt it immediately. Not as shock. As recognition. Deep. Unsettling. Unavoidable. That's not possible, she said. But her voice lacked certainty. Elias didn't argue. I know. You didn't know me. I still don't. Then how could I be in your dream? I don't know. Mara took a step back. Her thoughts shifting too quickly to follow. That doesn't make sense. No. It can't. I know. But it feels like it does. He didn't respond. Because that was the truth. Mara turned away. Walked a few steps toward the edge of the path. The ground was cold beneath her feet now. She barely noticed. Her mind moved through the possibilities. None of them reasonable. None of them safe. You're saying you've seen me before, she said. Yes. In your dreams. Yes. For how long? I don't know. That's not enough. I know. She turned back. Frustration rising now. Not at him. At the situation. At the lack of answers. At the way everything seemed to point towards something she couldn't yet see. What happens in the dream? She asked again. Elias watched her. This time. He didn't hesitate. You're standing by the water, he said. Mara's breath caught. He continued. Not here. Not exactly. But close. Her pulse slowed. You're looking at the lake, he said, the way you were this morning. She didn't move. Didn't speak. And I'm behind you, he added. The quiet deepened. And you don't turn around right away. Mara's chest tightened. You wait, he said. For what? For me to say your name. The air between them changed. Mara felt it. Not as fear. As something else. Something deeper. What name? She asked. Elias's gaze held hers. And for the first time, there was no hesitation. No uncertainty. Only truth. I don't know, he said. Mara exhaled slowly. That's not helpful. No. But it matters. Yes. Silence. Then. You said this is the part one don't like. Yes. Why? He stepped closer. Not enough to touch. But close enough that the space between them felt intentional. Because in the dream, he said quietly, you already know me. Mara's heart shifted. Not faster. Deeper. That quiet, dangerous recognition again. The kind that doesn't belong to logic. Or reason. Or anything she could explain. She held his gaze. And now? She asked. A pause. Then. I think you're starting to. The night wrapped around them. Closer now. More present. Mara didn't step away. Didn't move. Didn't speak. Because something inside her had already begun to respond. Not fully. Not clearly. But enough. You're not telling me everything, she said softly. Elias didn't deny it. No. What else? A longer pause. Then. In the dream. She waited. He exhaled slowly. You're not afraid of me. The words settled gently. But they changed something. Mara felt it. Because she wasn't. Not in the way she should have been. Not in the way that made sense. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. She stepped closer. This time, deliberately. Closing the distance. Not entirely. But enough. Why aren't I afraid? She asked. Elias looked at her. And for the first time, his voice softened. You tell me. The space between them held. Not empty. Not quiet. Full. Of everything neither of them understood. And everything they were beginning to feel. Mara became aware of his presence in a different way now. Not as a stranger. Not as a question. As something. Real. Something she could feel without touching. Something that existed in the space between breath and awareness. She swallowed. You said there's something you can't hide, she said. Yes. Is this it? A pause. Then. No. Her breath caught. Then what is? Elias stepped closer. One final step. Enough that the space between them disappeared. Not touching. But almost. So close that she could feel the warmth of him. The quiet steadiness of his breathing. The subtle shift in the air between them. He looked at her. Not distant now. Not guarded. Present. Completely. And when he spoke, his voice was softer than she had heard it before. "I know your name," he said. Mara's heart stopped. Then moved again. Slower. He held her gaze. "I didn't hear it from you," he added. The night deepened. The lake stilled. The world narrowed to the space between them. And Mara understood. With a clarity that came too quickly and too quietly. That whatever he was hiding was not just about him. It was about her too. And she was already closer to it than she had ever meant to be. Chapter 8, The Truth She Wasn't Ready For. The night did not break. It deepened. As if everything that had been held just beneath the surface, the questions, the half-formed memories, the quiet pull neither of them could explain, had found its moment to rise. Mara didn't move. Not when he said it. Not when the air between them shifted. Not when something inside her answered before she had time to think. "I know your name." The words didn't echo. They settled. Softly. Firmly. Like something that had always belonged there. Her breath slowed. Not from calm. From recognition. "You already know it," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. Mara's lips parted slightly. "I told you," she said, though the words felt thin now. "At the door. The first night." He shook his head. "No." The certainty in his voice made her chest tighten. "I knew it before that." The world around them seemed to narrow. Not visually. Something deeper. As if the night itself leaned closer to listen. "That's not possible," she said. But she didn't step away. Didn't create distance. Because something in her. Something quiet and stubborn and unexplainable. Didn't want to. Elias watched her. Carefully. "You said the same thing about the house," he replied. "That doesn't make this the same." "No. But it feels like it is." Mara swallowed. The truth of that landed harder than she expected. The lake behind them was still. The mist had thickened slightly, curling low across the surface like a memory that hadn't decided whether to stay or disappear. The trees stood silent. No wind now. No movement. Just the quiet weight of night. Mara became aware of the sound of her own breathing. Of his. Of the space between them that no longer felt like space at all. "What name?" she asked. Her voice was softer now. Less guarded. More careful. Elias held her gaze. And for a moment, she saw something she hadn't seen before. Not confusion. Not uncertainty. Something like recognition. Not fully formed. But there. "Lena," he said. The world shifted. Not visibly. But completely. Mara felt it like a ripple through her body. Not shock. Not disbelief. Something deeper. A quiet, immediate knowing that moved through her before her mind could catch up. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides. "Why that name?" she asked. But the question was already too late. Because part of her, a part she hadn't known was there, had already answered. Elias didn't look away. "I don't know," he said. "But it's yours." Mara's heart changed. Not faster. Not slower. Different. As if it had stepped into a rhythm she hadn't felt before. "That's not my name," she said. But it didn't sound convincing. Elias saw it. "You felt something when I said it." She didn't deny it. Because she had. The moment the word left his lips, something inside her had responded. Not clearly. Not fully. But enough. Mara turned away. Took a step back. Then another. Not running. Not retreating. Just creating space. She needed it. Needed distance from the feeling. From him. From the way everything seemed to be shifting without her permission. "This is too much," she said. "Yes. This isn't normal." "No. This isn't even." She stopped, searching for the word. "Real." Elias didn't argue. Because it was. And it wasn't. At the same time. Mara wrapped her arms around herself again. The cold had settled into the air more deeply now. Or maybe she had finally noticed it. "You've been dreaming about me," she said. "Yes. You knew my name before I told you." "Yes. You've been here before and don't remember." "Yes." She turned back toward him. "And now you're telling me that I might not even know my own name." "I'm telling you that you reacted to it. That doesn't mean anything." "It might. It might not." Silence. The tension between them didn't break. It shifted. Became something quieter. More internal. Mara exhaled slowly. "Say it again," she said. Elias blinked. "What?" "The name." A pause. Then. "Lena." This time. She was ready. Or she thought she was. But the moment the word reached her again, the same thing happened. That subtle pull. That quiet shift. That sense of something aligning just out of reach. Mara closed her eyes. Not fully. Just enough. And for a moment, the world behind her eyes changed. Water. Light. Not the lake as it was now. Something brighter. Warmer. A reflection of sun across moving surface. And laughter. Soft. Close. Familiar. Mara's breath caught. Her eyes opened. The vision, if it had been one, was gone. The night returned. The lake. The mist. Him. Standing exactly where he had been. Watching her. "What did you see?" he asked. Mara didn't answer immediately. Because she wasn't sure. "I don't know," she said. "That's not true." She looked at him. "You're doing that thing again." "What thing?" "Acting like you understand more than you're saying." He stepped closer. Not aggressively. Carefully. "I understand what it feels like," he said. "Then explain it." "I can't." "Why not?" "Because I don't have words for something I don't fully remember." The honesty of that stopped her. Again. Mara looked back at the lake. The mist had thickened. The far shore barely visible now. The world reduced to what was closest. What was immediate? What was real? Or felt real? "This is connected to the house," she said. "Yes." "To your father?" "Yes." "And to me?" He didn't answer. But he didn't need to. Mara turned slowly. "Then tell me the part you haven't said yet." Elias held her gaze. This time. He didn't hesitate. "The woman in the house," he said. Mara's chest tightened. "What about her?" He exhaled slowly. "I don't think she was just someone my father knew." Mara's pulse slowed. "Then what was she?" A pause. Then. "I think she was waiting." The word settled. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Familiar. "Waiting for what?" Mara asked. Elias didn't look away. "For someone to come back." Silence. The lake held its breath. The night deepened. Mara felt something shift again. Not outside. Inside her. A quiet, undeniable sense of recognition. "That doesn't mean anything," she said. But her voice had changed. Less certain. More careful. "It might," he said. "How?" He stepped closer. Not enough to close the distance completely. But enough that the space between them felt intentional. "Because I don't think she was waiting for my father." Mara's breath stopped. Just for a second. Then returned. Slower. Deeper. "That's not possible," she said. But the words felt fragile. Elias watched her. "You felt it too." She didn't deny it. Because she had. From the moment she stepped into the house. From the moment she saw the window. From the moment she heard the name. Mara looked down. At her hands. At the ground. At anything that wasn't him. "This doesn't make sense," she said again. "No. But it feels like it does." "Yes." Silence. Then. "Say what you're thinking," Elias said. Mara hesitated. Then. "What if I've been here before?" The question didn't sound like a question. It sounded like something remembered too late. Elias didn't answer immediately. Because the answer was already there. Mara looked up at him. Her eyes clearer now. More focused. More aware. Not just today, she said. Before. Elias nodded slowly. Yes. The word landed softly. But it changed everything. Mara's chest tightened. Her breath shallow now. Not from fear. From something else. Something closer to truth. That's not possible, she whispered. But even she didn't believe it anymore. The night wrapped around them. Closer. More present. The world beyond the lake, the trees, the cottage. All of it felt distant now. Unimportant. Because everything that mattered was here. Between them. Inside them. Mara took a step forward. Closing the distance completely now. Not by accident. Not without awareness. Deliberate. She stood close enough to feel the warmth of him. The steady rhythm of his breathing. The quiet tension held just beneath the surface. If this is true, she said softly, then I don't know who I am. Elias didn't look away. And when he spoke, his voice was quieter than the night itself. Neither do I. The truth settled between them. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just there. Unavoidable. Unfinished. Mara didn't step back. Didn't move. Didn't break the moment. Because something in her had already crossed the line she had been trying to hold. Something had already begun to remember. And she wasn't ready for what it might reveal. Chapter 9, Love or Danger. They went back inside because the night had grown colder, but the cold was not what drove them. It was something softer than urgency and more difficult than fear. The lake had become too quiet. The mist had drawn in close over the water and made distance uncertain, and the trees at the edge of the path had begun to disappear one by one into a pale, listening dark. The cottage, warm behind them, had looked less like shelter than like the only place in the world still lit for them. Mara had turned toward it first. Elias, Adrian, had followed without speaking, and that silent agreement felt more intimate than if he had reached for her hand. Still, she knew the shape of the choice as they climbed the porch. Inside, the lamps glowed where she had left them. The blanket over the sofa lay smooth. The tea things from earlier had been washed and turned upside down to dry by the sink. A little heat still radiated from the stove, enough to soften the coolness carried in on their clothes and skin. The house had not changed. Or rather, it had changed only in the ways all rooms change after truth is spoken in them. The table was the same pine table. The armchair by the window was the same chair. The floorboards still gave slightly near the kitchen threshold where Aliska had once joked they had more memory than wood. But now everything seemed alert in the gentle way of familiar things after an unfamiliar revelation. The room felt as though it had heard enough to keep quiet and was waiting to see what they would do next. Mara shut the door. The latch settled into place with a sound that should have been ordinary and wasn't. She stood with her hands still resting on the metal for 1 second longer than needed. Not because she was afraid something would follow them in. Because she was aware with unusual clarity that the night had split into before and after, and the closing of the door belonged on one side of that line. Behind her, she heard Elias set his damp coat across the back of the chair nearest the stove. Not Elias, she thought. The correction came without effort now, and with it another quiet shock. She had held on to the first name because uncertainty needed somewhere to rest. But the name from the bakery, Adrian, had gone deeper. Not because it was proven. Because it fit some shape beneath language she had not wanted to inspect too closely. He had known another name for her too. Lena. The memory of the sound moved through her like a cool current. She let go of the latch and turned. He stood where the light from the kitchen met the softer amber of the sitting room, one hand braced lightly on the back of the chair, his face shadowed and lit by turns. The hours since morning had changed him. Or perhaps not changed, revealed. The composure remained. So did the reserve. But the reserve now seemed less like distance and more like strain, the effort of a man trying not to let old uncertainty rearrange whatever was true in the present. Mara was not sure whether that made him safer or more dangerous. He looked at her with the same care he had shown since the beginning, the same unwillingness to crowd or press or interpret her silence for her. That should have soothed her. Instead it made the room feel sharper. Because after the lake, after the name, after the slow unwinding of all that did not match, there was no longer any possibility of pretending that the danger between them belonged only to mystery. Part of it belonged to want. Not the coarse simple kind. Not yet, perhaps not ever in that form. Something more dangerous than that, because it came braided with trust, and trust is always the more perilous intimacy. "You're shivering," he said quietly. Mara looked down at herself, mildly surprised to find that it was true. Not visibly, not enough to make her seem fragile, but enough that the skin along her arms had pebbled and the fingers of one hand had curled in against the cold. "I was outside," she said. "Yes." He took the folded wool blanket from the sofa and crossed the room with it. Slowly. No suddenness. No assumption. He stopped close enough to hand it to her, not close enough to drape it over her shoulders without asking. She saw that and, absurdly, loved him a little for it before she had any right to use a word like love. Mara took the blanket. Their fingers brushed. The contact lasted barely a moment. It was enough to make her breath alter. He noticed. Of course he did. But he stepped back at once and let the distance reopen, which only deepened the strange ache of trust in her chest. "Tea," she said, because she needed movement and ritual and something she could do with her hands. He nodded once. "All right." She went to the kitchen. The motions came back to her as they always did, the kettle filled, the stove lit, the quiet arrangement of cups and leaves and spoons. But tonight the familiarity did not fully settle her. It only illuminated the contrast. The little under-cabinet lamp threw a soft pool of gold over the tiles. Steam began its faint ghosting at the kettle's spout. The hanging bundle of lavender turned slightly in the warm draft from the stove. Ordinary things. Small things. And somewhere behind them, impossible ones waiting without sound. She felt him in the doorway before she looked. "Don't stand there watching me," she said. "What should I do instead?" The answer rose before she thought better of it. "Talk." He was quiet a moment. Then, about what? Not the house. Not the dreams. Not names. She reached for the chamomile tin and then changed her mind, taking the black tea instead. "Tell me something true that belongs only to now." A pause. She glanced over her shoulder. He had leaned one shoulder very lightly against the frame, arms loose at his sides, his expression unreadable except for the small shift in his eyes that told her the question had gone deeper than expected. "Only to now," he repeated. "Yes. That rules out most useful things." "Try." He considered. Then said, "I'm trying very hard not to frighten you." The kettle had just begun to sing. Mara turned the flame down. She did not look at him immediately. "Why would you?" "Because I don't know how much of what's happening belongs to the past and how much belongs to..." He stopped. "To what?" His gaze met hers. "To what I feel in this room when you look at me." The sentence entered the kitchen as if it had always been there waiting for someone to speak it aloud. Not seduction. Not pressure. An observation given too honestly to be ornamental. Mara held his eyes for one full beat, then turned back to the stove because the truth of the words had found its way into her too quickly. She poured the water. Tea darkened in the cups. "That wasn't what I meant," she said. "No," he replied. It was still true. The air between them shifted again. Mara carried both cups into the sitting room and set them on the low table. She took the armchair by the window. He sat on the sofa opposite, but not in the middle. One end, as if leaving room beside the possibility of himself. Outside, the dark had thickened. The windows now reflected the room almost perfectly. The cottage seemed to float in itself, cut off from the lake and trees and village by the simple alchemy of night glass. They drank in silence. Tea brought warmth. Not peace. At length Mara said, "You said there was more." His hands settled around the cup. "Yes. That was before the lake." "Yes. And now?" He lifted his eyes. "There's still more." Mara nodded once. The blanket lay over her knees. She pulled it closer without thinking. The wool held the faint clean scent of cedar from the chest where Aliska kept winter things. Beneath that, something softer, soap, sun once dried into it long ago, the memory of use. "Tell me," she said. Adrian set the cup down. The movement was careful enough to signal the weight of what would follow. When I first found my father's notebook, he said, I didn't come here immediately. She frowned. You said you did. I implied it. A pause. That's different. Not enough. No. He accepted that without defense, which made it harder to remain entirely angry. How long did you wait? Months. Mara stared. Months? Yes. Why? He looked at the dark window beside her, where both of them sat reflected in the glass with a softness that made them seem almost like strangers occupying a remembered room. Because I'd seen the place before, he said. The stillness that followed was deeper than silence. In dreams, Mara said. No, he looked back at her. In photographs. She felt something low and cold move under her skin. You told me there was one photograph. There were several. Why didn't you say that? Because the others. He rubbed one thumb once against the side of the cup he had just set down. The others made less sense. Mara sat very still. And you decided for me what counted as sense. Yes. That's infuriating. I know. He said it without irony or resistance, and the plainness of that blunted the edge of her anger before she could fully sharpen it. She leaned back slowly. Go on. My father kept them separately from the notebook. Not hidden exactly. In an envelope at the back of a drawer. Adrian's voice had gone quieter now, less guarded and therefore somehow more careful. Most were ordinary enough. The house. The lake. A woman in the garden. A rowboat. One of me as a child standing by the gate. Mara's pulse slowed in that concentrated way it did when she was trying not to assume too much at once. And the others? His gaze held hers. They included you. She laughed once, but there was no amusement in it. Only disbelief trying briefly to become protection. That's impossible. Yes, he said. Stop agreeing with impossible things. A shadow of warmth touched his face. I would if the day allowed. She almost smiled despite herself. It faded at once. How could I be in your father's photographs? I don't know. How old did I look? He hesitated. Then, not very different from now. The room altered around those words. Not because they were dramatic. Because they were not. He did not say she looked identical, as though she were some preserved image passed through time untouched. He said not very different. As if the resemblance itself was what frightened him. Not perfect, only enough. Mara placed her own cup on the table because her hand had begun to tremble very slightly around it. You think there was another woman who looked like me? I think that's the easiest explanation. That doesn't sound like you believe it. He was quiet. No, he said at last. It doesn't. She stood. She had not meant to. The motion seemed to rise from her before intention arrived. She crossed to the stove, though there was nothing she needed there, and stood with one hand on its warm black iron, grounding herself in heat and weight and fact. The room behind her remained quiet. Adrian did not speak until she did. "If this is where you say something infuriatingly kind," she said, staring at the stove lid, "don't." He took a breath. "I was going to say you don't have to believe me. That's not kind. That's evasive." "All right." She turned then, leaning lightly against the stove. "What did the woman in the photographs look like?" He looked up at her. "Like someone you would recognize if I said too much too soon." The answer moved through her with cold precision. "You're doing it again." "Yes." "Why?" This time his response came faster. "Because I've had all day to watch uncertainty injure you, and I'd rather not use it like a blade." The quiet after that held. It was not an answer she could easily fight. Mara looked at him a long moment. "Try me," she said softly. He rose. Not abruptly. Not to close the distance. Only because something in the conversation no longer fit sitting down. He stood by the sofa with one hand resting on the back cushion, the lamplight touching one side of his face and leaving the other in gentler shadow. The room made him look older suddenly, or perhaps simply more burdened by memory than he had on the path that morning. "In the photographs," he said, "she had your mouth." "Not exactly." "The shape when she wasn't speaking." His gaze dropped once and lifted again. "And the way you hold your head when you're listening to something you don't trust yet." Mara felt her breath leave her. "That's absurd." "I know." "She had my face?" "Not fully." "What does that mean?" "It means resemblance can be more disorienting when it's partial." He paused. "If she had looked exactly like you, I might have dismissed it as the mind-wanting pattern. But she didn't. She looked enough like you to make the differences feel cruel." The tenderness of the sentence startled her more than the content. Cruel. Yes. That was the word for it. She looked away first. The window reflected her standing there, one hand on the stove, the blanket fallen half off one shoulder, her face paler than she realized. Beyond that reflection there was only blackness. "When did you first dream about me?" she asked. He answered without pretending to misunderstand. "Before I found the notebook." She looked back sharply. "What?" He held her gaze. "Not clearly. Not in the way I do now. At first it was only a sense of another person near the lake. Sometimes in the house. Sometimes on the path. I couldn't make out features. And later? Later I could." "How much later?" "After I saw the photographs." The sentence landed with unhappy exactness. "Then maybe the photographs created the dreams." "Yes," he said at once. "I considered that. But the dreams knew things the photographs didn't." Mara folded her arms. "Such as?" He looked toward the window and then back, as if choosing whether to speak from certainty or from shame. A scar on the back staircase rail in the yellow house. A loose floorboard in the upstairs landing. The piano key. She closed her eyes briefly. The staircase. The upstairs landing. They had not gone up. Not yet. The thought of the second floor returned at once, cold and patient. You said that before, she murmured. The dream knew where things were. Yes. And now I do too. Yes. The blanket slipped from her shoulder entirely. She didn't bother correcting it. A long silence followed. Then Mara asked, almost because the quiet required the question before it could become bearable, "Why are you really afraid?" He looked at her as if the simplicity of the question had reached more directly than anything else that evening. At the house? Of the dreams? Of you? Choose the truest one. His hand tightened very slightly on the sofa back. At first, he said slowly, I was afraid I was becoming my father. Mara went still. He did not look away. A man obsessed with a place and a woman he never explained. A life divided too cleanly between what could be spoken and what had to remain hidden. The words came with increasing steadiness now that he had begun. Then I was afraid the dreams meant there was something wrong in my mind. That grief and inheritance and isolation had arranged themselves into a pattern convincing enough to make me follow it. And now? He took a longer breath. Now I'm afraid because whatever is happening isn't only in me. The room grew very quiet. And that frightens you more? Yes. Why? His gaze moved over her face, not in hunger, not in ownership, but in the careful searching way he always looked at her when trying to decide how much truth she could survive without him making it worse by softening it. Because if it were only me, he said, you could leave and be free of it. The words entered her chest with startling force. There it was. Love or danger. The phrase had not been spoken aloud, but the shape of it had been with them all day. If what stood between them was only inherited obsession, then she could leave and call the leaving wisdom. If what stood between them belonged partly to her too, then leaving would not necessarily save either of them, and staying would become something far more difficult than curiosity. Mara looked down at her own hands. Say the rest, she whispered. He was silent for a beat too long. Then, I'm also afraid because I don't know where the mystery ends and where wanting you begins. The sentence found her before she could prepare. The room did not change. Nothing visible shifted. Still it felt as though the whole cottage had inhaled and refused to exhale. Mara lifted her eyes slowly. He stood where he had stood before. No move toward her. No demand in his face. Only truth, and the cost of having said it. You can't say things like that this calmly, she murmured. A faint, tired almost smile touched his mouth. I'm not calm. No. No. The honesty in that nearly undid her. She believed him. She believed the effort underneath the stillness. The restraint. The fear of becoming dangerous by saying too much or not enough. That was the problem. Danger announces itself more clearly than tenderness ever does. She turned away before the force of that thought could settle. The kitchen doorway framed darkness now. The little lamp over the sink still burned, but the rest beyond it had become soft shadow. The house had contracted into islands of light around them. Lamp, stove, window, table. The edges of the rooms no longer mattered. Only what was held inside them. Mara crossed to the bookshelf and rested her fingertips against one of the spines without seeing the title. "What did your father do?" she asked, "when he stopped coming here?" Adrian answered after a pause. "He married my mother." The directness of it struck her strangely. "You make that sound like an event adjacent to weather." "I don't mean to. But you do." He looked at the floorboards between them. "My mother deserved more love than he knew how to offer after whatever happened here." Mara's fingers tightened slightly on the book spine. "Did she know?" "I think she knew enough." He spoke quietly. "Not details. Only that part of him lived somewhere she could not accompany." The sadness of that moved through the room like another kind of weather. Subtle, long-falling, difficult to separate from what had already dampened everything. "You loved her," Mara said. "Yes." "She loved him?" "Yes." "And he loved," she stopped. "Someone," Adrian finished. "Did he love your mother too?" He was silent long enough that the answer seemed to gather weight before arriving. "In the way he could," he said. "I used to think that meant enough. I'm older now." Mara looked at him then, and something in his face made her chest ache unexpectedly. Not because of the father. Because she could see, all at once, the shape of what Adrian feared becoming. A man with compartments where there should have been courage. A life split by old unfinished tenderness. A son who had seen what that division did to the people forced to live beside it. No wonder he moved so carefully around her. No wonder he kept offering exits. No wonder he had stood in her doorway and at her path and in her kitchen as if permission itself were sacred. He was trying not to inherit the wrong parts. That realization softened something in her and made everything more dangerous. Mara drew the book from the shelf at random and then shoved it back, because she did not need a prop for thought anymore. "What if that's the real danger?" she asked quietly. Adrian looked up. "Not the house. Not the names. Not the dreams. What if the real danger is that we'll start to excuse what's happening between us because of them?" The room sharpened. It was the most honest sentence she had spoken yet, and they both knew it. Adrian did not respond at once. When he did, his voice was lower. "I've been asking myself that since this morning." "Good." He almost smiled, but not quite. "That's not the word I'd choose. It's mine." Silence folded around them. She went on before she could lose the nerve. "I don't want to become some old story's instrument. I don't want to look at you and wonder whether what I feel belongs to me or to a woman in a photograph or a dream or whatever waited in that house before either of us was born." She heard the strain enter her own voice and did nothing to hide it. And I especially don't want you to want me because I fit a shape in your mind built by grief and mystery. His answer came instantly. I don't. The certainty of it went through her like warmth and pain together. You don't know that. Yes, I do. How? He stepped away from the sofa then, not closer to her but toward the center of the room, as if needing more honest ground between them. Because mystery is compelling in all the wrong ways, he said. It sharpens attention. It makes people feel chosen, fated, inevitable. I know that. I've been suspicious of it from the start. His eyes held hers now. But what I feel when you pour tea, when you stop to listen before answering, when you stand by the window and pretend not to notice I'm watching you, that isn't mystery. That's you. Mara could not breathe for one beat. Then another. The lamp by the sofa hummed softly. The stove clicked once in settling. The house held them in stillness. She should have turned away. Should have put distance between them and called it prudence. Instead she asked, barely above a whisper, and if I leave tomorrow? The question had been waiting all evening. Perhaps all day. Adrian's face changed almost imperceptibly. A shadow of hurt, yes. But deeper than that, acceptance already preparing itself because he had always expected the world to ask such things of him. Then you leave, he said. That easy? No, the word was very quiet. Just clear. And you won't follow? The question landed in the room with old meanings neither of them needed to name. He heard them all. No, he said. Because you're trying not to become him. Yes. A pause. And because if I cared for you in the wrong way, I would. I don't want to. She stared at him. Love or danger? The answer, she thought, may live exactly there. In whether a person follows when asked not to. In whether wanting turns itself into permission. Something in her body loosened and tightened all at once. What if I asked you to, she said. The question surprised both of them. She saw it in his face and felt it in her own chest at the same time. But once spoken, it remained. Adrian was silent a long moment. Then I'd ask why. Mara let out a breath that was almost a laugh and almost despair. Of course you would. He looked at her with that same painful steadiness. Wouldn't you? Yes, she admitted. The quiet after that was softer, somehow. No less charged. Only less adversarial. As if each truth spoken had made lying impossible and therefore conflict less necessary. Mara crossed to the table and picked up her cup. The tea had gone cool. She drank it anyway. The bitterness steadied her. When you saw me at the door, she asked, did you know? That you were the woman from the dreams? Yes. No, his answer came cleanly. I knew only that something in me recognized you before I had a right to. I distrusted that immediately. And now? And now I know your face in several ways, none of which make what I feel simpler. The sentence touched her so deeply she had to look away. She set the empty cup down. Stared at her hand resting beside it. Romance, she thought dimly, is supposed to arrive more cleanly than this. Not dressed in uncertainty and old names and the possibility of inherited ruin. Yet perhaps that is only what stories tell people so they won't recognize the real thing when it appears in harder weather. She turned back to him. What if what's happening is dangerous exactly because it feels true? Adrian answered after a long pause. Then we go slowly enough to find out. The wisdom of it did nothing to lessen the ache. Mara almost smiled. You make dangerous things sound unbearably reasonable. No, he said quietly. You do. I'm trying to keep up. There, at last, she did smile. Only a little. Only because it was either that or break under the strain of tenderness she had not invited and could no longer deny. The smile changed him too. She saw it. Some guarded line in him eased, not with victory but with wonder that the moment had remained gentle. He reached for his cup again and then stopped halfway, as if remembering it was empty. More tea? Mara asked. If you're having more. She rose. That means yes. He followed her to the kitchen this time, though he remained by the threshold again rather than crossing fully in. She prepared the kettle. He watched. The domesticity of it, in all the circumstances, bordered on surreal. Adrian, she said without turning. Yes? Is that your real name? She heard his breath alter slightly. Yes. She looked over her shoulder. No hesitation. No careful half-truth. Only yes. Then why give me another one? His expression shadowed. Because when I left the city, I started using it in hotels and on roads and places that meant nothing. It was easier than answering certain questions. He held her gaze. And because part of me hoped that if I came here under the wrong name, whatever was waiting would fail to recognize me. Mara stared. That sounds almost superstitious. Yes. Did it work? He looked toward the dark window over the sink. No. The kettle began to sing. Mara turned off the flame and poured. The intimacy of preparing another cup for him under that answer struck her suddenly so hard she had to grip the handle more firmly to keep her hands steady. She carried the cups back into the sitting room, and this time neither returned to the armchair or the sofa right away. They stood near the table. Near enough that movement itself seemed to require intention. Adrian took the cup from her. Their fingers touched again. He did not withdraw immediately. Neither did she. The contact was still slight. A fraction of skin. Heat. Awareness. Then he let go. The restraint in that nearly undid her more than any deliberate intimacy could have. Mara looked up. His eyes had darkened in the lamplight. Not with threat. With feeling carefully held. She could see the effort of it, the way each small choice not to crowd her was made actively, not by indifference but by care. It made the room seem too small. The cottage, which had always held her so gently, now held something alive enough to trouble the air. "You should stop doing that," she said softly. "What?" "Being so careful." A faint line appeared between his brows. "Would you prefer less?" The question was sincere. That was the problem. Mara's laugh came out unsteady. "I don't know what I prefer." "All right." He meant it. He would have stepped back entirely if she asked. The knowledge moved through her like warmth and grief together. "That's not what I meant either," she said. "No?" "No." A quiet passed between them, and in it something changed from possibility into choice. Not finished choice. Not named. But enough to alter breath and balance and the whole emotional weight of the room. Mara set her cup down again because she could not keep holding things as if they were sufficient distraction. The blanket had slipped from the armchair to the floor. She bent to retrieve it simply to move, but Adrian was already doing the same. They reached it at once. Their hands met in the wool. This time neither drew back immediately. The contact spread through her before she could protect herself against it. He looked up at the same moment. They were too close now, half bent, faces near, the blanket absurdly still between their hands like something ceremonial. No haunting, Mara thought wildly. No house. No names. The realization made the moment feel more dangerous than anything at the yellow house had. "Tell me if I should move," he said. His voice was so low she almost thought she had imagined it. She looked at his mouth. Then his eyes. The honesty of the question undid the last of her uncertainty. "Not yet," she whispered. The blanket slipped from both their hands and fell back to the floor. Neither of them noticed. Adrian straightened slowly. She did too. Now standing close enough that the warmth of him reached her in the cooler air between lamp and stove. He lifted one hand as if he meant to touch her and stopped midway, giving her the chance to refuse. Mara felt the old instinct to retreat rise and meet the newer, quieter certainty that not all danger requires departure. She raised her own hand and touched his wrist first. The relief that crossed his face was so brief and so profound that her chest ached. Then his fingers came to rest against the side of her face. Gentle. As if she were something he did not yet trust himself to hold. She closed her eyes for a moment. Not because she wanted to avoid the sight of him. Because the tenderness of that single touch had reached too deep too fast. When she opened them again, he was still there, waiting. "Mara," he said softly. The name, her spoken present name, went through her with more force than any of the half-remembered ones. "Yes," she said. His thumb moved once, barely, against her cheekbone. That was all. And then he kissed her. Not with certainty. Not with hunger sharpened by claim. With care. The gentleness of it almost hurt. Because it made clear at once what this was not. Not a reenactment. Not the old story reaching through them. Not the kind of passion that mistakes intensity for truth. It was slower than that. more human. More dangerous because of it. Mara kissed him back before she had fully realized she was choosing to. A small sound escaped him, more breath than voice, and she felt it against her mouth. His hand remained at her face, never moving lower unless asked. Her own hand had found his shoulder without planning to. The fabric of his shirt was warm under her palm from his skin beneath it. When they parted, only by a little, the room seemed sharper and stranger and more alive than before. Neither spoke immediately. Mara was aware of everything at once. The lamp's hum. The tea cooling beside them. The blanket on the floor. The sound of her own pulse. The impossible softness that had entered his face and made him look younger and infinitely more breakable. He rested his forehead briefly against hers. "Tell me that wasn't a mistake," he said, so quietly she barely caught it. Mara let out a breath that trembled despite her. "I don't know what it is yet." His eyes closed for one beat. Opened again. "That's fair." "I don't want fair," she said before she could stop herself. Something in him answered that immediately. Not in movement. In the way his expression changed, hope and fear meeting in equal measure. "What do you want?" he asked. There are questions that make silence impossible. Mara drew back just enough to look at him clearly. "I want to know this is ours before I let it become anything larger." His hand fell from her face slowly, reluctantly. "Yes," he said. "So do I." The agreement calmed and wounded her simultaneously. She bent to retrieve the blanket because standing there any longer with no practical act would have been unbearable. He bent too, then stopped himself and let her do it, which almost made her laugh from the unbearable thoughtfulness of him. She draped it back over the armchair. The room righted itself by degrees. Not completely. Nothing would tonight. Adrian picked up his tea at last and took a sip, though it had gone cool. Mara followed suit. The ordinary motion steadied them both. At length she said, "There's still the house." "Yes." "And whatever waited there." "Yes." "And the photographs." "Yes." "And my apparent borrowed name." He looked at her over the rim of the cup. "Yes." Mara lowered her own. "This is a terrible time to discover I want to kiss you again." A startled huff of laughter escaped him before he could stop it. The sound warmed the room more than the stove. "That," he said, "is useful honesty." "It is not useful." "It is to me." She smiled despite everything. Danger, she thought. This is how it works when it is no longer only fear. The gentleness becomes its own peril because it makes one want to trust while still uncertain what trust should cost. The smile faded slowly. "Do you think the house has been waiting for us?" He considered before answering. "I think places can hold patterns. And grief. And stories. But I don't know whether they wait in the way people do." "That sounds careful." "It is." What would the less careful answer be? He looked at the dark window. Yes. The word moved through the room without drama. Mara felt the truth of it the way one feels weather in the bones before seeing the sky. Yes, she echoed. Silence. Then, because truth had become easier than avoidance tonight, she said, I'm afraid of what happens if we go back. So am I. Are you more afraid of the house or of us? This time his answer was immediate. Of us. The honesty in it struck her harder than the kiss had. Why? He set the cup down. Because the house might contain an answer. We might not like it, but answers can at least be faced. He looked at her steadily. What's happening here has no structure yet. It has no reason I can trust. And still it matters. Mara felt that in every inch of her. She sat down on the sofa because suddenly standing had become too intense. He remained where he was a moment longer, as if waiting to see whether she wanted distance or not. Then he took the armchair opposite instead of the place beside her. Again that carefulness. Again that terrible respect. The arrangement itself became intimate because it was chosen. Mara tucked one foot beneath her and drew the blanket over her knees. He sat with his forearms resting lightly on his thighs, cup in hand, and looked at the floorboards as if the next truth might rise from there. My father came back once after my mother died, he said. She blinked. Here? Yes. How do you know? I found the train ticket in the same envelope as the photographs. No explanation. Just the date stamped on it. What date? He met her eyes. October 18th. The room sharpened. Of course. The nameless date in the notebook. The one that had begun all of this. Not a memory of summer at all. An annual return. Did he go to the house? I think so. Why think? Because there was mud from the eastern shore on the soles of the shoes he packed away afterward. Mara's pulse quickened. He packed them away? Yes. As if that visit mattered. Yes. She sat very still. An older man. Widowed. Returning to a lake in a house he had carried hidden for years. Leaving nothing behind but a date and photographs and a son who could not tell where memory stopped and inheritance began. The sadness of it made the room feel older. What happened after he came back? She asked. Adrian's answer came so softly she almost missed it. He started forgetting. The quiet after that was immense. Forgetting what? Small things at first. Appointments. Names. He looked at his hands. Then larger ones. Places. Stories. A pause. Not dementia exactly. Or not in the usual form. The doctors called it stress, then grief, then age taking what age takes. His mouth tightened slightly. But he always forgot more every October. Mara felt a chill move along her arms beneath the blanket. He came here every October. Yes. And after those visits he forgot more. Yes. And he wrote that line, "She will remember before you do." Yes. The room itself seemed to listen with them. Mara's thoughts moved slowly now, as if the air had thickened. "Do you think he was writing to himself?" she asked. "I don't know." "Or to you?" His eyes lifted. "I don't know that either." "But you think it matters?" "Yes." She looked at the dark window again. Their reflections sat there now in the black glass like another pair occupying another room. Hers wrapped in the blanket. His leaning slightly forward. A soft domestic scene if viewed with no knowledge of the day. It made the mystery feel stranger, not less. Ordinary light and impossible inheritance share space badly. At last Mara said, "If your father forgot more every October, maybe he was losing something the house kept taking back." Adrian's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean?" "I don't know." She shook her head. "Only, what if this isn't about remembering in the normal sense? What if it's about something passed between people and place until no one knows who owns it anymore?" The thought hung there. He did not dismiss it. Instead he said, almost to himself, "Then maybe that's why the names feel wrong and right at once." Mara looked at him. "Yes," she said. "Maybe." The tea was gone. The night deep. The house around them settled by slow degrees. No one in the village knew what lived in this cottage now, not haunting, not exactly, but the dangerous tenderness of two people trying to distinguish desire from inheritance and not entirely succeeding. Mara became aware of how tired she was. Not sleepy. Worn at the edges. As if every new truth had asked the body to make room for it in flesh as well as mind. Adrian saw it immediately. "You should sleep." The phrase, familiar now, almost made her laugh. "I knew you were going to say that." It remains sensible. Sensible has not helped us much. "No," he agreed. "But I'm still loyal to it." She smiled faintly. Then the smile faded. "I don't think I can." His expression gentled. "Because of the house?" "Yes." "And because if I sleep," she hesitated, surprising herself by how little she wanted to speak the next fear. "What if I dream and the dream knows more than I do?" He was quiet a moment. "Then we write it down in the morning," he said. She stared at him. "Is that what you did?" "Yes." "That's unbearably sad." He gave the smallest of smiles. It was practical. Practical and sad are not opposites. "No," he said softly. "They usually arrive together." The room held that truth tenderly. Mara looked at the narrow hallway leading to the bedroom. Then back at him. "What about you?" "I won't sleep either." "You don't know that." He lifted one shoulder slightly. "I do." She should send him to the sofa. Should lock her bedroom door. Should preserve at least the visible arrangement of caution. Instead she heard herself say, "Then stay awake with me." The sentence entered the room and changed it. Adrian looked at her. Not startled, exactly. But reached. "You're sure?" "No," she said. "But I'm asking anyway." He nodded once. "All right." And because they had already crossed so many subtler boundaries, the larger one became practical by comparison. Mara lit another lamp. He added wood to the stove. She fetched the old quilt from the chest and spread it over the sofa. He made fresh tea again, though neither of them wanted it much anymore. She brought out the notebook from the drawer near her bed, and he laid his father's on the table beside it. 2 notebooks. 2 cups. A low fire. A night no longer arranged for sleep. They sat together, not touching now, but closer than before, Mara on the sofa, Adrian in the armchair angled toward her, the low table between them bearing the evidence of ordinary wakefulness and impossible inheritance. Hours moved differently after midnight. The first one passed in conversation. Not about the house entirely. Not about names entirely. Instead they let the deeper truths approach by circles. She told him about the city in pieces. Not the whole story. She still did not know if he had earned the whole, though the thought itself was becoming harder to defend. Enough, though. An apartment over a tram line. Long workdays at a museum archive where she touched old documents with gloved hands and discovered that history smells like dust and paper and the oils of people now gone. A relationship that had not failed in catastrophe, only in erosion, small neglects, postponed honesty, promises made too late to matter. Adrian listened the way he did everything, with stillness, with careful attention, with an unwillingness to turn her words into anything they had not chosen to become. When she stopped, he did not offer consolation. Only said, "You learned how to leave before anyone could call you abandoned." Mara stared at him. "Yes," she said after a moment. "Something like that." He nodded once, as if accepting a truth returned to him from another room. And then, because the night had already become a place where honesty arrived without warning, he told her things about himself no practical stranger would have volunteered. That he had worked in restoration for a time. Not art, not exactly, but old houses, old structures, places half lost and made legible again board by board. That he had moved too often in the years after his mother died. That there are men who become quieter with grief and men who become impossible to live beside. His father had somehow managed both. That he had begun using the name Elias not only for concealment but because speaking Adrian aloud started to feel too much like answering to someone his father had once known. "Adrian was his name for me when he wanted something true," he said. Mara sat very still. "And Elias?" "The name I gave rooms where I did not intend to stay." The sentence moved through her gently and devastated her all at once. "Then why tell me the truth now?" He looked at her over the low lamplight. "Because I want this room to remember me properly." There are moments when romance does not arrive as thrill. It arrives as ache. Mara lowered her eyes to the notebook on the table because the tenderness of that answer would have undone her if she had looked at him any longer. The second hour passed in fragments of silence between speech. They wrote down what they knew. Names. Dates. What Marta had said. What the photograph showed. What Adrian had felt in the house. What Mara had felt at the lake. The name Lena, written and then stared at until it seemed to become someone else's and hers at once. The act of writing steadied them. But only partly. Every fact seemed to create a larger emptiness around it rather than close one. At some point the fire sank low enough that Adrian rose to tend it again. Mara watched him crouch before the stove, the lamp tracing his shoulders and the back of his neck. There was nothing remarkable in the action. Only a man adding wood to a fire in the middle of the night. And yet the sight of him there. Present, useful, quiet, lit by domestic warmth rather than mystery, moved her in a way the lake and house had not. She realized then, with unusual and unwelcome clarity, that if all the mystery vanished by morning, some dangerous part of her would still want him here. The thought sat in her chest with almost painful honesty. When he returned to the chair, he found her watching him. What? She looked away. Nothing. That didn't sound convincing. No, she said. It probably didn't. He let it go. That, too, she noticed. The third hour passed closer to silence. Not empty silence. Not tired silence. The kind that forms when two people have already said enough to alter the air and now must learn whether the altered air can be breathed without panic. The cottage held around them. The lamps low. The fire soft. Outside, the rain had begun again, not hard, only a fine slow drizzle against the windows and roof. It sounded almost like breathing. Mara drew the blanket higher over her legs. You really won't sleep, she murmured. No. Why not? He thought a moment. Then, almost with apology, because if you remember something, I want to be awake when it happens. The room changed around the words. That was it again. The dangerous thing. Care that did not demand and therefore reached all the deeper. She looked at him and did not disguise what she felt this time. That is a terrible answer. His brows lifted slightly. Terrible? Yes. Her voice softened. Because now I want to ask what happens if you remember something. A small, shadowed smile touched his mouth. Then you'll be awake too. The tenderness of it pressed at her from all sides. Perhaps that is what romance really is, she thought in the quiet of the late hour, not the grandness of being overwhelmed, but the almost unbearable gentleness of being considered. The fourth hour began with a change in the house. Not a sound first. A feeling. Mara straightened. The blanket slid slightly from her shoulder. Adrian saw the shift in her at once. What is it? She held up one hand. Listened. There. A floorboard. Not in the sitting room. Not in the bedroom hallway. Above. Both of them turned toward the ceiling. The rain continued. The fire gave a small settling sigh. And then, again, unmistakable now. A slow creak overhead. Mara's heartbeat changed immediately. The second floor did not exist in her cottage. Only a low attic crawlspace accessible by the outside ladder at the back. No room above them. No walkable floor. Only beams, insulation, the old roofline, and boxes Aliska had long ago declared not worth carrying to the city. Adrian had gone very still. "Did you hear?" "Yes," Mara whispered. The cottage seemed to draw inward around the sound. One more creak. Slow. Measured. As if weight shifted across boards where no one could be walking. Adrian rose. Mara stood with him. The blanket fell to the sofa. The intimacy of the previous hours vanished instantly into another kind of closeness, the closeness of shared alarm. "It could be the roof," he said quietly. "No. You don't know that." "I do." She was already moving toward the back kitchen window. The roof settles in winter and snaps in summer and groans in high wind. It does not pace. The word, once spoken, made the room colder. Pace. Because that was what it sounded like. Not random. Not settling. Not an animal scrambling. Measured movement where there should be none. Adrian reached her before she got to the window. "Mara. I'm checking the ladder." "I'll do it." "No." The answer came instantly. He looked at her with a force of attention that made the word linger between them. Why not? Because she didn't know whether she feared what was above or feared him leaving the room more. Because if the mystery had reached her cottage, then no distance inside it was truly distance anymore. Because wanting him near had become too immediate to disguise under practicality. What she said was, "Because this is my house." A beat. Then he nodded. "All right." Together. They crossed to the back window. The rain streaked the panes. Beyond them the herb beds were blurred and dark, the path a wet ribbon between black soil. The ladder leaned exactly where it should, fixed to the rear wall leading up toward the crawlspace hatched beneath the eaves. No visible movement. No light. No one there. And yet above them, very softly, one more creak sounded. Mara felt her skin rise. Adrian was already looking up, head tilted toward the ceiling as if listening for pattern. "What if it's only the storm?" she whispered. "It doesn't sound like the storm." "No." The answer came from both of them at once. The room held that. Then, before either could decide the next reasonable move, something brushed lightly against the outside of the window above the sink. Not a knock. More like fingertips across glass. Mara stepped back so fast she hit the edge of the table. Adrian caught her elbow before she lost balance, his grip firm and immediate. The contact steadied her and frightened her in the same instant. They both stared at the window. Nothing. Only rain moving down in thin silver lines. Adrian did not release her elbow until he was certain she was steady. Even then, his hand left slowly, as if resisting the pull of concern back into distance. "Did you see?" Mara began. Yes. His voice was low now. Tighter. It was the first real strain she had heard in it all night. The mystery, she realized, had finally entered the cottage fully enough that even his care could no longer keep fear from showing. "We should leave," he said. "What?" "The house. Yours. For a little while." He looked toward the front hall. "Go to the village. Wake Marta if we have to. Or the priest." "And tell them what?" Mara asked. "That the rain is pacing?" He held her gaze. "No. We tell them something is wrong and we don't stay here until dawn to prove our bravery." The reasonableness of it crashed into the unreasonable fact that she did not want to leave the house now, not because she thought it safe, but because some part of her felt with perfect certainty that stepping out into the village at this hour would not lessen anything. Whatever had found them already. She shook her head slowly. "No." Adrian stared at her. "No? I don't think outside helps." "That isn't a reason." "It is to me." He exhaled once, sharply but not angrily. "That's not good enough." "It was good enough when you said the same thing about staying in this village." The response struck him silent. One more soft sound came from above. Then stillness. No pacing now. No scrape at the glass. Only the rain again, ordinary and patient and full of plausible deniability. Adrian looked at the ceiling a long moment. Then at her. "All right," he said quietly. "Then we stay. But not separately." The sentence went through her like warmth in cold weather. No argument in it. No force. Only decision. Mara nodded. He crossed to the hall closet and took down the heavy iron fire poker. Not theatrical. Practical. The old object looked absurdly solid in his hand, a human answer to whatever the night might or might not be. She almost smiled despite herself. "You really think that helps?" "No," he said. "But I trust iron more than bare hands." That was such an Adrian answer, sober, imperfect, offered without illusion, that affection rose in her with almost painful force. The lights remained on. The fire low but steady. They did not sit again. Instead they stayed in the center of the room, where both the front and kitchen windows could be seen and the hallway remained visible behind them. Time passed strangely after that. No more sounds from above. No movement at the windows. The rain thinned. The house quieted. And yet neither relaxed. The fear had changed shape. No longer expectation of event. Now the thinner, more exhausting vigilance that follows after something impossible brushes the edge of ordinary space and then retreats. Mara's body began to feel the night fully now. Fatigue at the back of the eyes. Weight in the limbs. Thoughts slower to gather and harder to trust. Adrian noticed before she spoke. "Sit down." "I'm fine." That stopped being convincing hours ago. She almost laughed, but the sound came out frayed. He set the poker against the wall within reach and guided her toward the sofa only with the pressure of presence, not touch. She sat. He remained standing a moment longer, listening to the roof, the walls, the silence. Then he took the armchair again but angled closer than before, the low table no longer a firm border between them. Mara leaned her head back. The blanket returned over her knees, though she did not remember lifting it. "You should sleep," he said softly. "Not while you remain absurdly awake. Then we'll both be absurd." The answer soothed her more than it should have. She turned her head slightly toward him. "Adrian." "Yes?" "If I do fall asleep and dream, I'll wake you." No, her voice was drowsier now, though she resisted it. "Only if it's bad." He was quiet a moment. "And if it's not bad?" She thought of the lake. The name. The almost memory of sunlight and laughter at the edge of water. "Then let me stay there long enough to learn something." His gaze stayed on her for a beat too long. "All right." She closed her eyes then. Not to sleep. Only to rest them. The fire's warmth moved against her shins. The rain softened further. Somewhere deep in the cottage old wood made a settling sound, ordinary this time. She felt him there in the chair beside her, not touching, not speaking, only staying. It should have made sleep impossible. Instead it made sleep near. The last thing she knew clearly before the edge of it took her was this: that she trusted him more when he was afraid and remained careful anyway than she had ever trusted anyone who claimed certainty. Then she drifted. She was standing at the lake in summer. Not this cold, wet autumn night. Another season. Another light. The water was blue where morning touched it and green where trees shadowed the shore. Reeds moved softly in a breeze warm enough to carry the smell of sun on leaves and would warmed all morning by it. Somewhere behind her, a screen door struck lightly against its frame. A piano sounded from inside a house. Not well, not badly either, only with brave unevenness. Mara knew she was dreaming. Or remembered she should know. But the dream held too much texture to feel invented. The grain of the dock under bare feet. The warmth of sunlight on her forearms. The exact sound of laughter from inside the yellow house. A woman's laughter. Familiar enough to make her heart ache. Mara turned toward it. The yellow house stood clear and living in the light. Curtains lifted at the windows. The paint looked fresh. A blue cloth hung over the porch rail to dry. Flower boxes ran beneath the lower windows full of red geraniums and white trailing blossoms she could not name. The front door opened. A woman stepped out. Not old. Not young. Her hair pinned loosely back. Her dress pale blue at the waist and white at the sleeves. She carried a towel over one arm and laughed once more over her shoulder before turning her face toward the lake. Toward Mara. The world seemed to stop. The woman's face was not hers. And yet, The resemblance was enough to hollow breath from the body. Not twin-like. Not supernatural. Something subtler and more devastating than that. The kind of likeness that reveals itself in the turn of the mouth, the shape of a listening gaze, the way grief might one day settle if left long enough in the same bones. The woman smiled. Not at Mara. Past her. At someone approaching from behind. Mara turned. A man came down the porch steps and crossed the grass toward the dock, shirt sleeves rolled, hair sunlit, expression softened by the sight of the woman as if he had already looked at her too many times to count and still had not tired of it. Not Adrian. And yet the recognition moved through Mara with the same terrible doubleness as the woman's face. Not Adrian. Not exactly. But a line of kinship clear enough to ache. The man came to the edge of the dock and stopped. Lena, he said. The name entered the dream like a bell. The woman on the porch looked up at once. A little boy ran out past her with a fishing line dragging behind him, laughing at something only he understood. The woman caught him lightly by the shoulder and bent to untangle the line, still smiling. The man on the dock watched them both with a look Mara recognized before she wanted to. Love. Whole and ordinary and not yet ruined by secrecy. The scene shook. Not visibly. Emotionally. Because beneath it, Mara felt another truth. A pressure at the edges. As if this memory, if memory it was, contained within it the seed of all the wrong things to come. The woman looked up suddenly, not at the man or the child now, but directly at Mara. And the smile vanished. The dream shifted. Summer light dimmed. Wind rose. The piano inside struck one wrong note and held it too long. The woman on the porch opened her mouth to speak. Mara woke with Adrian's hand hovering inches from her shoulder. Not touching. Ready. The room returned in layers. Fire low. Lamp dim. Rain ended. Darkness thinned by the first pale wash of pre-dawn at the windows. Her heart hammered. Adrian's face sharpened slowly in the low light. He had half risen from the chair when she woke, one hand extended, stopping only because he had promised. What happened? Mara sat up too quickly and the blanket fell. I saw her. His expression changed at once. Not fear. Recognition. The woman from the photographs? Yes. She pressed a hand to her chest. And him. Your father? No, she shook her head hard. Someone before him. Someone. The names rose together. Confused. Not yet anchored. Lena, she whispered. Adrian went very still. He had heard it in the dream before she said it aloud. She knew that at once from his face. You said it, he murmured. In the dream? Yes. Mara closed her eyes briefly. The image remained astonishingly clear. The porch. The sunlight. The woman's face. The man saying the name. She looked at Adrian. I think the house wasn't waiting for your father. No, he said quietly. I know. She stared. When did you know? He sat back slowly, the chair creaking under the shift in weight. When you were asleep. The room held that answer. What happened? He looked toward the window where dawn had begun to make the glass less reflective and more transparent. I remembered something too. Mara's pulse quickened again despite the exhaustion. What? He took a long moment before answering. Then, the woman in the house, Lena, wasn't the one my father loved. The sentence entered the room with such stillness that even the old clock on the mantel seemed to pause between ticks. Mara shook her head slightly, as if refusing the shape of it on instinct. Then why was he here? Because he was the child. The world shifted again. Not with drama. With clarity. The little boy. The fishing line. The porch. The man on the dock. The woman laughing. Not Adrian's father as a lover returning. Adrian's father as the child who had been there before the story broke open into secrecy and inheritance. Mara stared at him. Your father came here as the boy. Yes. And the man. I don't know his name, Adrian said. Not yet. But he's the one in the photograph. Yes. And Lena, Mara pressed her hand harder to her chest as if that might steady the new shape of the truth. The house belonged to her? I think so. No wonder the date mattered. No wonder the years blurred. No wonder Adrian had felt old and borrowed things moving through him not as memory alone but as inheritance, as a child standing at the edge of a story adults never finished properly around him. The pity of it moved through Mara with almost physical force. He had not inherited romance. He had inherited aftermath. And perhaps she had inherited its other side. The first birds began outside, faint and uncertain in the thinning dark. Morning, astonishingly, was still coming. Mara looked at him for a long time. The danger had not gone. The mystery had not resolved. The house still waited. The names still shifted. But here, in the dim almost dawn of the cottage, another truth had arrived and held. Whatever this was between them did not begin with a stranger at the door. And it did not belong entirely to the old story either. It lived now in wakefulness, in carefulness, in the shared exhaustion of people who had crossed some invisible threshold and not turned away. She drew the blanket back over herself. Then we go back in daylight, she said. Adrian nodded once. Yes. To the house. Yes. And this time we go upstairs. His gaze held hers. Yes. Mara looked toward the paling window. The first edge of morning silvered the sill. She was still tired. Still frightened. Still not entirely sure where memory ended and desire began. But she knew one thing with unusual clarity. The night she stayed awake had changed the question. It was no longer only what the house wanted. Or what names belonged to whom. or what had happened before they were born. Now the real question was quieter and far more dangerous. If the truth came, full, clear, and human, would what she felt for Adrian survive it? And if it did, what then? Chapter 10, The morning he was gone. Morning arrived slowly. Not because dawn delayed, but because Mara did. She had not meant to fall asleep again after the dream and the speaking and the pale hour in which names shifted and truths rearranged themselves around the low fire. Yet the body has its own mercies. At some point, wrapped in the blanket on the sofa while the lamp dimmed into a softer circle and the first birds began trying the edges of morning outside, her exhaustion had become stronger than vigilance. She remembered Adrian still in the armchair, his head turned slightly toward the window, one hand resting over his father's notebook on the table between them as if even half asleep he would not let it leave his reach. After that, nothing. Then light. Not the thin blue-gray of very early morning this time, but fuller light, filtered through a sky washed clear by rain. It lay across the floorboards in broad pale bands and caught in the little imperfections of the cottage window glass so that the room itself seemed made of watered gold. Mara opened her eyes slowly. For one suspended second the world held no context. There was only warmth on her shoulder where the blanket had slipped, the quiet weight in her limbs after too little sleep and too much feeling, the fading smell of extinguished fire, and the soft, regular ticking of the clock on the mantel. Then memory returned in careful layers. The house. The names. The dream. The little boy. Lena. The promise, daylight, then upstairs. Her gaze moved at once toward the armchair opposite. It was empty. The realization did not strike like panic at first. It arrived more quietly, as a small hard stillness somewhere low in her chest. She pushed herself upright. The blanket fell into her lap. Her neck ached slightly from sleeping badly. The cup on the table beside her had gone cold hours ago. The low table itself still held the notebooks, hers and his father's, stacked neatly side by side. The lamp had been turned down but not out. The fire in the stove had burned to ash and faint red underneath. The front curtains were half open now, though she did not remember opening them. And Adrian was gone. She sat very still. The room gave her no immediate explanation. No coat over the chair. No sound from the kitchen. No footstep in the hall. Only light, clock, and the afterimage of presence. Adrian, she called. Her voice came out huskier than she expected, sleep-rough and uncertain in the bright quiet. No answer. She stood too quickly. The room tilted for a fraction of a second, then steadied. She crossed to the kitchen. Empty. The cups from the night before had been rinsed and turned upside down to dry. The kettle sat on the stove full of fresh water. One of the back window curtains had been pinned aside to let in more light, and beyond the glass the herb garden shone wet and green. The rain had left a silver brightness on every leaf. No Adrian. She moved to the front hall. His coat was gone from the peg. So were his shoes. The bag, too. Mara stopped. This time the stillness in her chest sharpened. Not panic. Not yet. Something closer to refusal. No, she thought. No. The front door was shut. The latch sat properly in place. No dramatic absence, no slammed departure, no sign of haste. If he had left, he had done so quietly enough not to wake her and carefully enough to leave the house in order. That was somehow worse. Mara opened the door. The morning air came in cool and fresh, carrying the smell of washed earth, pine, and the lake. Sunlight lay over the porch boards. The lane beyond was wet but brightening already, little beads of water still hanging in the long grasses by the path. Somewhere in the trees a thrush sang with irritating innocence. No one stood on the path. No figure at the gate. No shadow moving toward the village. Only morning. She stepped out onto the porch barefoot, as she had in the night, but this time the cold of the wood barely registered. Her eyes moved automatically toward the lake through the trees. Nothing there either. The water flashed pale blue now under the clearing sky. The mist had gone. The far shore stood clean and visible. The world looked so ordinary it felt almost cruel. Mara closed her eyes briefly. She had known this kind of morning before. Not the details. Not the cottage. Not the lake. The emotional shape of it. Waking after a difficult intimacy, spoken or unspoken, to find that the other person had made a decision in her absence. The room still warm from shared hours, the ordinary objects all in place, and beneath them a fresh wound made not by betrayal exactly but by unilateral vanishing. She thought of the city. Of one apartment where a man had once left before dawn after promising they would talk honestly in the morning, and of how the untouched coffee cup on the counter had seemed more accusatory than any note. This was not the same. It was precisely the not sameness that frightened her. Adrian had not felt false. He had not spoken falsely. And still, he was gone. Mara went back inside and shut the door, more gently than she intended. The notebook on the table drew her eye at once. Not his father's. Hers. Something white protruded from between the pages. She crossed to it with a speed she would later deny if asked. A folded sheet, torn from the back of the notebook, tucked carefully where she could not miss it once the room itself had stopped being explanation enough. Her hands were steadier than she expected as she unfolded it. The writing was his. Not elegant. Precise. The hand of a man more practiced in notation than confession, and therefore all the more dangerous when it attempted the latter. Mara. I did not want you to wake to an empty room and make a story of it worse than the truth. But I also did not want to wake you for this, because I know you would have insisted on coming. I've gone to the yellow house. There are 2 reasons. One you won't like, and one I hope you'll understand. The first is that I remembered something just before dawn, after you fell asleep. Not a dream this time. Not exactly. A detail. The upstairs room at the eastern side, the one facing the lake. I remembered a drawer built into the wall paneling beneath the window seat. Hidden, but not cleverly. The sort of thing a child notices because adults assume children never look where they are told not to. The second reason is you. If there is something in that room that belongs to what happened before, I need to see it before you do. Not because I don't trust you. Because I do. And because trust requires me to go first if there is any chance of harm. This is not me leaving. It is me being a coward in only one respect. I could not bear watching you decide whether to follow me when I already knew I would ask you not to. If I am not back by 10, come. Bring the small iron key from the blue bowl by the sink. I found it in my father's bag this morning and I think it belongs to the house. If I am back before then, you may be angry with me in person, which I suspect you will deserve the chance to do. Adrian. Below that, added smaller as if after a pause. I did not leave because I wanted distance from you. I left because I knew I would not take it once you looked at me. Mara stood completely still after reading. The note remained in her hands. The room did not move. The morning beyond the windows did what mornings always do, brightened, expanded, made no accommodation for human emotional disaster. Something in her wanted to sit down very carefully before her knees took the choice for her. Something else wanted to throw the note into the stove and follow him at once. Both impulses were real. The second one won. She looked at the clock. A little past 8. He had been gone long enough to be beyond the lane and nearly, perhaps already, at the house. She read the note once more, because pain often insists on repetition before it becomes legible. This is not me leaving. I did not leave because I wanted distance from you. There it was. The difference. The thing she must not confuse with old wounds simply because it had the same superficial outline. Still, he had gone without waking her. Still, he had chosen for them both in the 1 hour before daylight fully arrived. Tenderness and fury rose in her together with almost equal strength. Coward, she muttered aloud, not because he had left but because he had known precisely how she would hate his doing it and gone anyway. She crossed to the sink and found the key where he said it would be. The blue bowl held 3 small objects, a bent nail, a button she had meant to sew back onto a cardigan, and an iron key blackened with age, longer than any cupboard or chest key in the cottage and cold enough to make her fingertips flinch when she picked it up. His father's bag, then. Found while she slept. A hidden drawer in the eastern room. A decision made before her eyes opened. Mara looked again at the note. There are moments when anger clarifies love more efficiently than tenderness ever could. She knew it now. Not because the feeling had become simple. Nothing about this was simple. But because her hurt at his leaving did not come from wounded pride. It came from the immediate, nearly physical refusal of the idea that he should face whatever waited in that house without her. That, she thought as she folded the note and tucked it into her pocket, is not curiosity anymore. She dressed quickly. Not carelessly. Even in urgency, the body reaches for ritual. stockings, boots, hair twisted back and pinned with the first clip she found, the thick blue sweater from the wardrobe, her coat, the old camera satchel she sometimes used for long walks because it held notebooks and water and practical things better than a handbag. Into it she put the iron key, her notebook, a pencil, the note, and, after one brief uncertain pause, the kitchen flashlight. Then she stood in the center of the room and breathed once. The cottage, newly bright in the morning, no longer felt like last night's shelter. It felt like the place from which she was about to leave. Only for a while, she told herself, but leaving nonetheless, toward the thing everything had been circling since the knock at her door. The note in her pocket seemed to warm against her with the heat of her own body. Not leaving, he had said. She believed him. She was still angry. Both truths could stand. Mara shut the cottage carefully behind her, turned the key in the lock, and started down the path. Morning made the world almost offensively beautiful. Rain had washed the leaves clean and left every branch edged in brightness. The lane shone in wet patches where sunlight broke through. Birds crossed the air in quick, practical arcs between the trees. The lake, glimpsed through openings in the foliage, looked younger than it had at dawn, clearer, flatter, impossibly innocent. Mara walked faster than the path deserved. The gravel slipped once under her boot and she had to catch herself against the trunk of a pine. Breath came quicker. Not from the incline. From thought. From imagination doing what imagination always does when given distance and incomplete information. She pictured him at the house. At the gate. Inside. On the upstairs landing. In the room with the window seat and the hidden drawer. She pictured him finding nothing. She pictured him finding everything. She pictured him turning at the sound of her step behind him, hurt and relief crossing his face at once. That last image remained longest. The path curved around the lakeside and entered the thicker stand of trees before the eastern properties. Sunlight fell in broken bands through the branches, striping the ground gold and green. Somewhere water dripped from a branch high overhead and struck a fern below with a tiny crystalline sound. The world kept insisting on its loveliness. Mara hated it a little. Because loveliness in tense hours feels almost indecent. At the bend where the yellow house first came into view, she slowed. Not by choice. By instinct. There it stood through the trees, pale and watchful, exactly as yesterday and entirely altered by knowing what waited inside it might now include him. The gate was open. That one detail sharpened the whole scene. He was there. Mara did not call out. Perhaps because the morning was too still. Perhaps because some quieter part of her wanted the house to reveal itself before she disturbed it by name. She crossed the gate and followed the path. The front door stood ajar. This time the sight did not hold her at a distance. She was past the point where thresholds could pretend neutrality. "Adrian," she called, stepping into the front room. The house answered first with silence. Then, faintly, from above, "Here." Relief moved through her so fast and sharp that it almost hurt. The sound of his voice, even strained and distant, did more to steady her than the walls or floor beneath her feet. It was not a perfect relief. Irritation remained. Fear remained. But the catastrophic image of true absence loosened and fell away. She went to the foot of the stairs. Sunlight from the front windows reached only part way into the hall. The upper landing remained shadowed, though not dark. The same old staircase rose before her, the wood worn in the middle by long use. One section of railing near the halfway turn bore a pale scar, where something heavy had once struck it hard enough to mark the varnish beneath decades of touch. Her breath caught. Not because she remembered it from her own life. Because she had seen it in a dream not called dream. Adrian appeared at the top of the stairs. For one brief instant he looked as he had in the kitchen doorway that first morning, contained, unsmiling, tired around the eyes. Then relief broke over his expression when he saw her and made him look younger and infinitely more human. "You shouldn't have come yet," he said. "Good morning to you too." The line was sharper than she intended. His expression shifted with immediate understanding. "Yes," he said. "That was deserved." Mara climbed the first step and stopped. "How long have you been here?" "Less than an hour." "And?" He looked toward the room behind him. Then back at her. "And you're going to be angry again." She folded her arms. "Try me." He came down 2 steps, enough to lower the distance between them without fully meeting her on the stairs. "I found the drawer," he said. "It's locked." Mara exhaled once. "And you waited?" "Yes." The relief that followed that answer was so disproportionate she nearly sat down on the stair and laughed from the release of it. Instead she said, "You had better have." Something almost like a smile touched his face, though the strain in him remained. He came the rest of the way down and stopped 1 step above her. The closeness there, on the narrow staircase, sun and shadow broken around them, old house pressing close, felt more intimate than the sofa had, more dangerous than the kiss. Perhaps because it came after his leaving. After her note-folding anger. After the proof that she had followed not because he required it, but because she could not bear not to. He looked at her with plain regret. "I was trying to protect the morning." Mara's anger, fresh enough moments ago to taste metallic in her mouth, faltered under the quiet of that sentence. From what? From becoming an argument before we knew whether there was anything to argue over. She stared at him. "That is a terrible reason to leave me asleep." "I know." "Do you?" "Yes." "Because I could list several better reasons." The corner of his mouth changed. "I'm sure you could." There it was, humor almost, but not enough to hide behind. The same quality that had made her trust him before she should have. Mara looked down once, then up again. "I was frightened," she said. The bluntness of it surprised them both. His face changed at once. Not defensiveness. Not relief. only pain that he had caused what he had hoped to spare. "I know," he said quietly. "No. I don't think you do." She could feel the pulse in her own throat now, quick and unsteady with everything she had not wanted to admit while dressing and packing and walking here. "When I woke and you were gone," she stopped, gathered breath. It did not feel like mystery. It felt personal. The words entered the old stairwell and remained there. Adrian's hand tightened very slightly on the railing. "Mara. I know what you meant." Her voice softened despite herself. "I know you weren't running. I know the note said as much. But you still chose for me." He held her gaze. "Yes. No excuse. No pretty explanation. Only yes." It disarmed her more than apology would have. A long silence opened. Then he said, almost as carefully as one might touch an old bruise, "If I had woken you, would you have let me come alone?" "No." "Would you have forgiven me for asking?" She looked at him. And there was the difficult truth of it. "No," she admitted. The old house listened without judgment. Adrian exhaled slowly. "That's why I left the note." It was infuriatingly logical. Tenderly so. And therefore all the harder to remain angry at. Mara hated that. "I reserve the right to stay annoyed." "I wouldn't trust your judgment if you didn't." The answer warmed her in exactly the wrong way. She had to look away before the ache of affection became too visible. "Fine," she said. "I'm annoyed. Deeply. And now you can show me the drawer." That earned a real brief smile, tired, shadowed, but unmistakable. "Come on, then." He stepped aside to let her pass first up the remaining stairs. Difference, she thought. Always difference. The upstairs landing held the dim coolness of rooms closed too long. Dust lay over the floorboards in a fine undisturbed skin except where one line of footprints, his, crossed toward the eastern room. Sunlight entered from the lake-facing windows in long narrow panels. It carried the smell of old wood and curtains that had not moved in years. At the top of the stairs Mara stopped. A sensation passed through her so quickly she nearly mistook it for dizziness. Not memory. Recognition. The scar on the rail. The angle of the light. The slight sag in the floor before the eastern doorway. She knew this place. Not the facts of it. The shape. The room at the end stood half open. Adrian watched her carefully. "Do you feel it?" "Yes." Neither pretended that required clarification. Together they crossed the landing. The eastern room was larger than she had expected. A long window seat ran beneath the lake-facing windows exactly as Adrian had said, with built-in drawers hidden beneath the paneling. The room itself held a narrow iron bed, a wardrobe with one door ajar, and a writing desk near the corner where dustless rectangles suggested old objects had once stood and been removed. The wallpaper, faded nearly to colorlessness, had once been printed with pale blue vines. Mara stood in the doorway and the dream returned with such force that she caught the frame to steady herself. Not the full scene. Only fragments. Sunlight on painted walls. A child's laughter from somewhere below. A woman moving past the bed with a stack of folded linen on one arm. The scent of soap and lake water. Adrian saw the shift in her face. "Mara?" "I know this room," she whispered. His answer came barely above breath. "So do I." The hidden drawer was the second from the left beneath the window seat. Its keyhole was small, iron, half concealed by the grain of the painted wood. Adrian crouched before it and took the key from her open palm. Their fingers brushed. This time the contact steadied rather than startled. He fitted the key. For one suspended moment nothing happened. Then the lock turned. The sound seemed louder than it should have in the still room. Adrian looked up at her once, almost asking permission without words. Mara nodded. He drew the panel open. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in yellowed linen, tied with blue ribbon darkened nearly gray by time. No grand revelation. No hidden jewels or dramatic letters spilling loose. Just a small carefully wrapped thing waiting where memory had said it would. Mara knelt opposite him. The old floor breathed dust around them. He untied the ribbon and folded back the linen. A packet of letters. A narrow leather diary. And, beneath them, a small silver frame holding a photograph no larger than her hand. For 1 second neither touched it. Then Mara lifted the frame. The glass had clouded with age, but the image beneath remained clear enough. The woman from the garden. Lena. And beside her, the man from the dock. Not Adrian's father. The older man from the larger photograph. Dark-haired, Solomon reposed but softened completely by the way he looked at her. Mara's breath caught. Because it was there now, unmistakably. The resemblance. Not exact. Not enough to become parody. But enough. The line of the mouth. The eyes. Something in the listening set of the face. Adrian saw it too. He didn't say her name. Didn't say you look like her. The silence itself did that. Mara set the frame down carefully and reached for the diary. The leather was cracked at the edges from years of being opened, closed, held. Inside, the first pages were blank except for dates and weather notes. Then the writing began. A woman's hand. Strong, elegant, slanting slightly right. Lena. No surname. No explanation. Mara turned pages slowly. At first the entries were ordinary enough. Summer heat. The garden needing more shade. A boy restless in the mornings and happiest by the water. A piano in need of tuning. Someone named Tomas arriving late again with fish and excuses. Then another name began to appear. Merrick. Not in every entry. Enough. Adrian leaned closer to read over her shoulder, and the nearness of him, his breath, the warmth of his arm just not touching hers, the shared angle of their bodies bent over another woman's private life, was intimate in a way that made concentration more difficult than it should have been. Mara read aloud. June 11th. Merrick left before dawn and said he would return by Sunday. The boy asked whether men who leave early are happier than those who stay until breakfast. I told him only worse dressed. Despite everything, Adrian let out a soft breath that was almost laughter. She sounds like she would have liked you, he murmured. Mara shot him a look. Don't flirt over someone's diary. The corner of his mouth changed. I'm not sure that was flirting. It was adjacent. That almost smile remained only a moment. Then the words on the page drew them both back. Mara turned further. The entries deepened by degree, ordinary domestic notes thinning as something under them became more urgent. August 2nd. A. Says Merrick should not come so often if he means to remain half absent in every other place. I told him that men are rarely improved by reasonable advice and children not at all. A. The boy, then. Adrian's father as a child. Anton. August 14th. Rain all day. Merrick stayed longer than intended. I thought perhaps weather might teach him what choice cannot. Mara stopped. The sentence had a pulse. She could feel Adrian reading it too, his stillness altered by some inward recognition of his father's history growing visible in someone else's words. Further in. September 6th. He says I make him feel as though the rest of his life is only weather passing over a roof. I told him I would rather be a room than a season, but he did not hear me properly. Mara looked up. The lake beyond the windows flashed between leaves. Morning remained beautiful. The old room smelled faintly of sun-warmed dust. Romance, she thought, is always lovelier on paper before one realizes it has already begun ruining other lives. Adrian seemed to sense where her thoughts had gone. He was married, he said quietly. Yes. The answer landed heavy. Mara turned more pages. At last she found the first mention of October. October 18th. He came after dark. I had told him not to. The storm brought him anyway or gave him an excuse he was already waiting to take. Anton slept through the worst of it, for which I am grateful. There are things children should not inherit through walls. The room seemed to tighten. There. The date. Mara and Adrian looked at one another. Neither spoke. She read on, her voice quieter now. He says he cannot continue like this. I told him continuation is exactly the problem. He mistook that for invitation to confess. Men often do. I am tired. Mara closed the diary halfway on her fingers. The old ache of it moved through the room. Not grand passion. Weariness. Love under pressure from repetition and cowardice and all the small evasions by which people convince themselves they are preserving something when in fact they are only damaging it more beautifully. Keep going, Adrian said. She did. The entries over the next pages blurred with weather, rain, argument, waiting. Merrick leaving, returning, promising, failing to end anything clearly. Lena's care for Anton folded around the pain of the affair in ways that made Mara's chest tighten. The boy's presence in the margins of it all, beloved and observant and old enough to notice what adults wished he wouldn't. Then the line that broke the quiet entirely. October 23rd. Anton asked me why a person would stay if staying hurts and leave if leaving hurts. I had no answer fit for a child and no answer fit for myself. Adrian turned away. Only slightly. Enough that Mara saw the effect in profile. Not the boy himself, no. But the inherited shape of him. The child raised too near complicated adult sorrow. The man trying not to become another version of the same. She touched his wrist lightly before thinking better of it. He looked back at her. Are you all right? A small breath, almost laughless. No. Good, she said softly. The corner of his mouth shifted despite everything. That's a strange response. It means I'm not the only one. Something gentled in his expression then, the way it did whenever she answered his pain without pity. Thank you, he said. The intimacy of that simple gratitude in the old room, bent over another woman's diary with his dead father still alive on the page, nearly undid her. She turned to the next entry. November 1st. I told him not to come again. He said he would rather be hated by me honestly than tolerated by the rest of the world. I told him men are so often drawn to grand misery because they fear the quiet discipline of ordinary love. Mara read that line twice. Then, without planning to, she laughed once, soft and incredulous and aching all at once. Adrian looked at her. She was right, Mara said. Yes. She sounds insufferably perceptive. Yes. Mara glanced at him. You like that? I do. You realize that's deeply dangerous. His eyes held hers a beat too long. Yes. The room shifted around them. The old diary. The sunlight. The hidden drawer. Danger moved from abstract to immediate again with absurd ease. Mara looked back down before the moment could become something else in the wrong hour. There was one final section of pages tied separately into the diary with another strip of faded ribbon. A later hand perhaps? No, the same. Just pages pressed apart from the rest. She untied them. The writing there had changed. Less even. More forceful. November 17th. He says he cannot bear it and I believe him. Yet bearing it and ending it remain different acts, and he confuses them every time. The next page. November 30th. He did not come. The quiet felt merciful at first and then only large. And then, much farther on, several pages left blank between entries. October 18th, 1 year later. He came again. Mara inhaled sharply. 1 year later. Of course. The date. Not singular. Recurring. She read. He stood in the rain like a man who hoped weather might excuse him to me. Anton saw him first from the upstairs window and knew at once, though I had said no name. I told him no. Only more beautiful and therefore less trustworthy. Another page. Anton has begun calling him M, in the notebook where he keeps his birds and weather and questions. I do not know whether children abbreviate what they love or what they fear. Merrick. M. The photographs. The repeated return every October. Mara closed her eyes for 1 second and saw suddenly, with terrible clarity, Adrian's father as the little boy on the porch listening through walls while adults rehearsed the same herd in more elegant forms each year. No wonder memory in this house had become inheritance. No wonder names shifted. No wonder the old story had bled into the next generation. She opened her eyes and turned one more page. This final entry was undated. Only written later, in an unsteady but still forceful hand. If he dies before me, I hope I forgive him for the way longing teaches repetition. If I die first, then may this room keep only the sunlight and none of the waiting. The room seemed to exhale. Mara let the diary close in her hands. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The silence this time was not empty, and not only full of thought. It was full of grief made newly ordinary. Not legend. Not haunting. Two people making themselves and a child miserable through years of unfinishedness until repetition itself became the architecture of the place. At last Adrian said, "My father inherited the waiting." Mara nodded slowly. Yes. And not the language for it. Yes. He came back every October because he thought he was remembering her. Mara looked at him. Maybe he was. But I think he was also returning to the emotional weather of his childhood. To the place where longing and fear first taught him what love looked like. Adrian's eyes moved to the window seat. And then I came. The sentence held more than fact. More than sorrow. Mara understood. He had inherited not only the place but its unfinished emotional grammar. The father's notebook. The old photographs. The repeated date. The hunger of a child's witness grown adult and turned into compulsion before he knew the shape of it. And yet, he had tried to do differently. He had given her exits. Chosen caution. Stayed back when asked. Not followed in the old way. Difference. Again. Mara set the diary down and reached for the packet of letters. There were fewer than she expected. 4 only, tied with faded thread. None addressed. The first opened easily. Marek's hand this time, less controlled than Lena's, though no less careful for that. Lena. If coming were enough, I would have solved myself by now. If leaving were enough, you would have solved me. The old house remains quieter without me, I'm sure. That is one of many things that should make me ashamed and mostly makes me homesick. I dream of the upstairs room because it is the only place where the light ever looked as though it forgave us. You see, I am capable of melodrama when denied access to the real thing. Tell Anton I found the gull he drew in the margin of my ledger and have therefore stolen the whole page as punishment. He should know his crimes have witness. M. Mara lowered the page. Homesick, she thought. For a place and person he could not claim without injuring everyone else attached. The ache of it was uncomfortably recognizable. She opened the second. This one from Lena. Do not write to me as though language were an absolution you can post after weather has done your work for you. You ask whether I miss you. What answer would satisfy a man already committed to suffering nobly? If I say yes, you return. If I say no, you return wounded. Either way the road still leads here, and that is exactly what I am asking you to change. Anton asks after birds, storms, and whether city roofs make different sounds than ours. In that order. This should tell you something about where you place in the scale of useful things. L. Mara closed her eyes for a second. She was trying to save him from himself, she murmured. Adrian looked at her. And herself from him. Yes. He nodded once. And my father was in the middle. The third letter was shorter. An apology. Then another from Lena refusing apology as substitute for action. The fourth had no signature and had never been sent. A draft perhaps, folded only once. The hand was Anton's. A child's, uncertain but legible. Mara. No. Not Mara. She blinked and looked again. The line began. Lena says I should not leave things in drawers because then they become part of the furniture and no one remembers if they were ever words first. I think that's wrong. I think words can stay somewhere and still be waiting. The rest was harder to read, as if written quickly and hidden in fear of discovery. If M comes after the rain, you know before the door. You stand at the window and become still. I think that is how trees know weather too. If I am ever grown, I hope I never wait like that for anyone. A. The old room filled with silence so complete that even the distant outside world seemed to recede. Adrian stared at the page in Mara's hand. May I? He asked. She gave it to him. He read it once. Then again. Something in his face altered with devastating subtlety. Not collapse. Recognition. His father. The child. Already studying the adults around him with too much precision. Already trying to make rules against becoming them. And perhaps failing, because children rarely choose what they inherit emotionally, they only choose later whether to repeat it. Mara watched Adrian read the final line one more time. If I am ever grown, I hope I never wait like that for anyone. His hand tightened at the paper's edge. I did, he said very quietly. The confession entered the room and sat there beside the letters, as ordinary and terrible as all the rest. Mara didn't ask for explanation. She already knew enough of it. The years of dream and return. The notebook. The hidden name. The way he had stood in her doorway like someone unused to asking directly for shelter. The care around every touch. The fear of becoming dangerous through longing. He had waited. For what he did not know. For a woman in a dream. For a house to answer. For his father's unfinished ache to resolve into something intelligible. And now she had entered that pattern. Or interrupted it. Or both. She moved closer without deciding to. Not enough to touch. Enough that he would feel her nearness as choice and not accident. Adrian. He looked up slowly. The room around them had grown warmer in the sun. Dust floated in the beam above the window seat like suspended time. Outside, the lake flashed through branches in pale moving blue. Somewhere downstairs in the house, a pipe knocked softly and fell still. This is where I'm supposed to ask whether what you feel for me is only inherited weather, she said. A shadow of a smile passed through the grief in his face. Yes. And you're supposed to say something very wise. I was preparing to. Mara shook her head slightly. Don't. He watched her. Why not? Because I think I know the answer already. The silence that followed held. Not easy. Not frightening either. Just honest enough to leave no place for theatricality. What answer? He asked. She let out a slow breath. That inheritance may have opened the door, she said. But it didn't make you who you are inside it. His expression changed with painful gentleness. And me? The question reached her more directly than any confession could have. She looked at the photographs still lying on the floorboards between them. Lena and Merrick in another year's light. Then at Adrian. Then at her own hand resting near the diary. You, she said slowly, I don't know yet. The honesty of that made her chest ache. But I know this room didn't create what I felt in my cottage when you were trying not to drip on my floor. That earned the smallest breath of laughter from him. The sound softened everything and sharpened it too. He looked down at the letters and then back at her. Mara. Yes? If there were no dreams, no notebook, no house. I know, she interrupted softly. I'm asking myself the same thing. He held her gaze a moment longer. Then, almost as if the words had become too exact to bear unsaid, he answered anyway. I would still have knocked. The old room, the hidden drawer, the dead lover's letters, all of it seemed to recede briefly before that one simple sentence. Not because it solved anything. Because it didn't. But because it gave the heart something more dangerous than solution. A human intention clear enough to be chosen or refused. Mara felt the force of it in her throat. You don't know that. Yes, he said. I do. The certainty in him should have frightened her. Instead it steadied something that had been trembling in her since dawn. She reached for the diary to keep her hands occupied and found she had already turned all the pages. Nothing more. Only the frame, the letters, the old ribbon, the hidden drawer now standing open like a mouth finally emptied of what it had kept too long. Mara sat back on her heels. What now? Adrian looked around the room. The sunlight. The old wallpaper. The built-in seat beneath the windows. "I think this is it," he said. "Not an answer to everything. But the center." "And the center is what?" He considered. A child watching two adults rehearse longing until it became a kind of calendar. He glanced at the letters in his hand. A father who never learned another shape for wanting. A son who inherited the route without the map. And me? His gaze moved to her fully. There it was. The question she could no longer avoid. Not the house. Not Lena. Not resemblance. Her. He didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was low enough that it changed the quality of the room. "I think you're not here by accident," he said. "But I also think whatever brought you to the cottage by the lake 2 years before I arrived did not do it for me." Mara blinked. The answer was not what she expected. "You think this is also my place?" "Yes." "Why?" He looked toward the windows. "Because you moved into the orbit of the story without being consumed by it. Because the cottage is close enough to hear weather from here and far enough to remain itself. Because you let me stay before you knew anything useful, which suggests some part of you recognized a threshold before your mind did." He looked back at her. "And because Lena is not you. Which means the resemblance matters less than the fact that you remained." The room held that. It was the most careful answer he could have given. And somehow also the most intimate. Mara lowered her eyes to the floorboards. The old ache of being seen too clearly rose in her, frightening because it was not invasive, only accurate in ways she had long managed to avoid having named. She had remained. At the cottage. At the threshold. At the lake. At him. Not because she lacked fear. Because fear had finally met something she wanted more than retreat. She looked up. What if remaining is the dangerous part? Adrian's expression softened into something almost unbearably tender. Then we do it honestly. There it was again. The answer that made danger sound less like doom and more like discipline. Mara felt affection move through her with such force she had to look away toward the windows just to survive it. Outside, the day had brightened fully. The lake looked almost hard with light. The world had become ordinary enough to allow impossible decisions. She got to her feet slowly. "Kiss me," she said. The word surprised both of them. No drama. No prelude. Only clarity arriving after too many hours of circling it. Adrian went still. The letters remained in his hand. The photograph between them. The whole ruined inheritance of the house open at their knees. "Kiss you," he repeated. Yes. In another context, perhaps, she would have laughed at the caution in him. Here it undid her. He set the letters down. Rose carefully. As if sudden movement might make the room reclaim them both. They stood close in the eastern room with sun on the floor and old memory in the walls and the hidden drawer still open beside them. The setting should have made the moment feel theatrical. Instead, it made it sharper and more human, because everything around them had taught exactly what happens when people defer honest feeling until it curdles into repetition. Adrian touched her face first with the backs of his fingers. An asking, not a claiming. Mara leaned into it before she could stop herself. His eyes darkened, not with triumph, but with that same startled tenderness she had seen after the first kiss, and the sight of it made her heart ache with something perilously close to joy. Then he kissed her. Not as before. Not tentative now. Still gentle. Still careful. But with less restraint separating feeling from expression, and therefore more danger in every second of it. The room vanished. Not literally. Only in the way the body narrows around chosen contact when all its previous hesitation has already been earned through patience. Mara's hand found the front of his shirt. His hand moved from her face to the back of her neck and remained there, steady and warm, as if anchoring rather than taking. When they parted, only by enough to breathe, the old room returned around them in sunlit fragments. The letters. The photograph. The dust. The lake through glass. Adrian rested his forehead lightly against hers. "This is either very wise," he murmured, "or the opposite." Mara let out a breath that trembled into a half-laugh. "I was told once not to confuse danger with beauty." "Did it help?" "No." A faint huff of laughter from him. Then stillness again. She drew back only enough to look at him clearly. "If I leave this room now," she said, "I want to leave it with something different than what it kept before." His eyes held hers with painful steadiness. "What?" "Choice," she said. The answer changed him. Not dramatically. Only in that way truth does when it finds exactly the place in another person that had already been waiting for it. "Yes," he said. "Not promise. Not vow. Something better. Agreement." They gathered the letters and diary carefully after that. The frame Mara wrapped again in the linen. The hidden drawer they left empty and open for one moment longer before Adrian closed it. The click of its lockless catch sounded like a small completion. On the landing outside the room, sunlight had shifted further across the floorboards. The house no longer felt occupied by waiting. Only by aftermath. And aftermath, for all its sadness, is far kinder company than suspended longing. They came down the stairs together. Not touching now. Not needing to prove anything by closeness. The knowledge of the kiss and what had been spoken moved quietly with them, enough. In the front room of the yellow house, Mara stopped near the piano. It stood closed and harmless looking in the morning light. She lifted the lid. The keys lay yellowed but whole. She pressed the old uneven one. It stuck, gave its lingering dull note, and then slowly rose again. No ghost. No sign. Only mechanism and time. She smiled unexpectedly. "What is it?" Adrian asked. Mara looked at the piano and then at him. "I think," she said, "that houses do not forget. But they can stop repeating." He nodded once. Yes. They left by the front door and shut it behind them. The gate remained open. Neither closed it. Something in both of them understood that the house no longer required sealing, only leaving. There is a difference. On the path back toward the cottage, the lake flashed through the trees in wide bright strips. Mara walked more slowly now. Not from uncertainty. From the odd fullness that follows after a deep emotional storm when the world has not changed and yet every ordinary thing looks newly outlined. At the bend where the path opened briefly to the water, Adrian stopped. She stopped too. The lake lay broad and clear, innocent as ever. "We should burn some of the letters," he said. Mara looked at him. Yes. Not all. The child's page, maybe the diary. Enough to remember without feeding the old shape of it. She nodded. And the photographs? She asked. He thought a moment. The larger ones go to the church archive or nowhere. His gaze moved over the water. The small one stays only if keeping it doesn't injure the present. Mara understood. The woman's face. The resemblance. The danger of turning old likeness into private altar. "We'll decide later," she said. He glanced at her. "We?" She almost smiled. "Yes. We." Something in him softened at that so visibly that she had to look back at the lake before the tenderness of it overwhelmed her. They started walking again. This time, without ceremony, without pausing to debate its meaning, Adrian's hand found hers. Mara looked down once at their joined fingers, wet sunlight flashing over them through the trees, and felt the difference all the way through her. Not inherited. Not compelled. Chosen. She held on. When the cottage came into view through the pines, its whitewashed walls bright in the late morning and the roof still dark from rain, Mara felt an almost painful surge of affection for it. Her little house. Her chosen life. The place that had become the threshold for everything else. At the gate she stopped and turned to him. "You're still a coward," she said. A shadow of amusement crossed his face. "For leaving at dawn?" "Yes. That seems fair. I'm not done being annoyed." "I assumed that." She studied him one beat longer, then rose slightly and kissed him there by the gate before opening it. "That's not forgiveness," she said. He looked almost startled and entirely warmed by turns. "No. No. That's only an accurate interruption." His laugh, soft, real, too rare, followed them into the garden. Inside the cottage, the light had moved again. It filled the room generously now. The morning note still lay folded where she had left it on the table. Mara picked it up, read the last line once more, and handed it back to him. He read it too and then, with a look that made her chest hurt in the best and worst way, tucked it into his pocket. "What?" she asked. "I was hoping it sounded less foolish in daylight." "It does not." He nodded. "Good." And that was the exact point at which she knew, with no mystery left to blame and no danger left to borrow glamour from, that what she felt for him had survived the truth. Perhaps even sharpened under it. Love or danger, she thought. The old question. The answer was no longer simple, because real love always carries danger in it. Not from haunting. From vulnerability. From the impossible ordinary risk of letting another person matter enough that their leaving, even for the best of reasons, can crack a morning open. Still. There was danger in him, yes, but not the old kind. Not the kind that follows because it cannot bear refusal. Not the kind that builds altars out of another's uncertainty. Not the kind that mistakes repetition for devotion. The danger in Adrian was gentler and therefore more frightening. That he could become indispensable in ordinary light. Mara looked at him standing in her kitchen with old letters in one hand and her note in his pocket, and rain finally lifted from the day outside. "You know," she said, "this still began with a stranger at my door." "Yes. And now you're making tea in my kitchen without permission." "I asked yesterday." "You asked for tea. Not permanent rights." The corner of his mouth shifted. "I'm willing to renegotiate." That made her smile. There it was. Not legend. Not mystery. Not old sorrow moving through younger bodies. This. A man at the stove. A woman by the table. The possibility of something difficult and living and not yet defined. She crossed the room and leaned against the counter while he lit the flame under the kettle. The domesticity of the moment might have been laughable if it had not felt so serious. "We still don't know why my name," her name. "Lena," he said softly. "Yes. That." Mara folded her arms. "We still don't know why it reached me the way it did." "No. Or why the house seemed to know us." "No. Or why your father wrote that line." "No." She watched the kettle as if it might offer something useful in its eventual sing. "But I think we know enough now not to let the mystery make our choices for us." He looked at her. "Yes. And if more memory comes? We face it. And if it doesn't?" He took a slow breath. "Then we live anyway." The simplicity of it moved through her with immense force. "Not then we solve it. Not then we wait. Not then we make a shrine of the unanswered. Live anyway." Mara laughed once softly, more from relief than humor. "You really are your father's son in the strange moments and not at all in the important ones." He was quiet. "Then, I hope that's true." "It is." The kettle began to hum. He turned away to make the tea. Mara watched him in the light of her own kitchen and knew that if she had woken alone in the old story, this was the new ending answering it. Not by erasing loss, not by solving every name and echo and inheritance, but by refusing to let them dictate what happened next. Still, some mourning had to hold the shape of absence. Some chapter had to close with the old ache transfigured and not merely denied. And perhaps, she thought, the true meaning of the morning he was gone was not abandonment after all. It was this. The morning she woke and believed, for one terrible hour, that he had chosen the old road over the new. The morning she discovered how deeply he already mattered by how much his absence hurt. The morning the old fear and the new love met and she could finally tell one from the other. Not because it was painless. Because it wasn't. But because she had followed not into ruin, but into truth. The tea was ready. He handed her a cup. Their fingers touched. Neither pretended not to notice. Outside, the lake shone bright through the washed leaves. Inside, the cottage held them both in its ordinary light. Adrian took his own cup, looked at her over the steam, and said, "I'm not going anywhere without waking you again." Mara considered him. "That's a good beginning." "Only a beginning?" "Yes." He nodded, accepting the terms with the same dangerous grace he had offered every other boundary. "Then I'll work with beginnings." She lifted the cup. Warmth entered her hands. The future remained unwritten, which was as frightening as ever. But the house had stopped repeating. The letters had given up their old weather. And the morning he was gone had become the morning she knew exactly why she could not let him remain a stranger. She smiled into the steam, then looked up at him. "Good," she said. And this time, when he smiled back, there was no mystery in it at all.